Zarlon, welcome in. And Imkeeper, welcome, welcome. And Dory, welcome in, welcome in. Who else we got here? Marcus, welcome in. Namrock, hello. First time chatter, the Space Bee. I do like to do early streams on the weekend so that, you know, some of the European folks and stuff like that and some of the Aussies can have a chance to participate. But until I'm back into my office, I don't know how often I'll be streaming this early. But in the office, it's a lot easier. Just, you know, it's quiet. It's a separate room. All right, let's see here. Let's get our first code off the board. And let's fire up marbles. Where's marbles? There we go. Race. Let's see here. Random. Ooh, Castle Siege. I don't think we've done this one. Let's do this one. All right, I'll start it now. Give you all a chance to get less than 10. If we have 10 or less, everybody gets a code that finishes. Yeah, 4 p.m. now. Yeah, I mean, before Arcana Lane, quite often I would have early streams, Doc. Quite often. And they'll reappear when I get my office back. Welcome. Oh, Glove OP. 6, welcome in, 6. Mooks, welcome in. Gaming Hour, welcome in. Crazy Chief, welcome in, welcome in. Well, it looked like we're not going to have less than 10. So I'm not seeing this map. I don't know if it's one of these crazy maps where everybody doesn't finish. All right, let's see what we got here. Okay, castle, cool. Omars, welcome in. We all gonna get wrecked, Tom. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't know this map. Some of these maps, they're not very friendly. Considering my luck with previous races, I found my chances of winning quite slim. You know, everybody thinks their chances of winning aren't just possible. You gotta have the right attitude. All right. Nin just getting in. And they're off. Looks like Namrup. Nope. Space B. Turbo. Looks like Ecto's out the gate first. Ooh, look at these balls. Good gracious. This might be a deadly one. Wow. Can't keep up with them. Hold on, let me get way down here so I can see. Surely that's not just a straight line all the way through, is it? Alright, what's going on down here? Why is everybody slowed up? Oh, there's balls going. Look at that, man. This is a deadly map. This one's mean. I've never said I've never seen this one, but it definitely looks Looks dangerous. In a straight line, but we're going backwards most of the time. Oh, there goes Space B. First time chatter. Boom! Oh, you got a little bump from that. Wow, so when it hits you from behind, it gives you a bump. And when it hits in front, it knocks you back. Ah. Interesting. So you can get kind of a boost or you can get knocked back. Like he just got another boost. Man, this is wicked. So you don't die, you just get knocked around. Okay. Oh, here comes Namrock. Looking to take the lead. Oh, nope. Yep. Where did Space B go? Did you die? Did you get knocked off the map? I think Space B got knocked off the map or died. All maps should be this cool. This one's pretty neat. This is different. I gotta figure out how I can design a map. I gotta do that one day. Yeah. Maybe one stream we'll build a map together. We'll see what's involved in it. Yeah, I saw this map before. It's really cool. So that, I think it'd be fun to build our own map. Maybe do that on stream, see what it's like. Dory. We still got 19 people. Yeah, so you must have got killed, Space B. Cool and cruel at the same time. Pagla's coming down. Namrock, Dory, and Pagla. Strodnot's taking the lead. Yeah, I would love to know what's involved in making these maps. Oh, Crazy Chief. Oh, no. Thought you were going to go somewhere, didn't you? Oh, here comes Glove OP. Had the negative attitude. Here he is. Comes sneaking up north towards the leaders. Oh, 6 coming out hot. Look at 6. Is this the end right here? You're almost there, 6. Hey, 6, you gonna play any of that Dune Awakening? I might play some. I enjoyed the beta weekend. I'll at least go through the story. Boom! Oh, you got knocked off. Oh, you had it in the bag. All right, Ecto, your turn. Oh, a little too much. So you don't want to get a boost. Here you go, Glove OP. Mayor, thanks for the sub. You don't want to get a boost at the end. Thanks for the sub, Mayor. You don't want a boost at the end. Oh, you got a boost. Oh, the ending is funny. There you go, Crazy Chief. Yay, somebody finished. Oh, wait, can he knock you up? No. You can die after you win, but you still win. You had it. You had it, Glove OP. It was that close. Oh, that was funny. We had a decent amount finished. We got at least 10. Who's left? Amaris. We had 15 people finish. That's a crazy map. I like it because you can go from last to first quickly. Well, I was at least in the top 10 for a while. Yeah, I like that because it seems like you could be last to first quickly, and you could be first, and at the very end you lose it. I like to do that one more often. So who was first? Crazy Chief was first? Yeah, we had like 3 people. Was it 3 or 4 people almost had that first place finish. And they couldn't lock it in. And then Zarlon. Zarlon, where you at? You're gonna make me find you, aren't you? If you're in the top 3, it'd be cool if you could at least say something, because then I could find you quickly. There's Zarlon. And then Turbo. Turbo 800. Turbo, 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 turbo. How you doing this morning, Mayor? Doing all right on this Saturday? Where's Turbo? All right, one day I'm gonna find Turbo. Oh, there you are. Okay, for now. I'm doing great, man. Got dinner plans this evening. So what do you got to do? That's why I'm starting early. I got dinner plans. So what do you got to do to create a map? Go to customize. This is not it. The hub, shop, modifiers, effects, leaderboard, streamer. So how do you make a map? Emote detail, upload emote. So can I upload me? This game will launch a new web browser tab. Oh. I don't know if it's showing anything. Choose or edit emote for slot 1. So how do you upload? Slots will be available for 130, 180 days. After expiration, the emote will deactivate. So do I get one free emote, or it costs money to do one emote? So I can pick an emote. Interesting. Log in for a minute. Sign in with Twitch. Authorize. Alright, so I'm signed in. Subscribe to Tier 3 Pixel by Pixel Studios. I'm not going to do that right now, but I might check that out. So I'm still not clear, how do you make connections? Channel, count, merge, gifts, all items. Yeah, I'll have to dig the shop. Alright, I'll have to Google this. I gotta figure this out. Alright. Let's change the size so it's not taking up my screen here. Move him off to the side. And like I've been doing, so I have been watching some Citicon 2954 videos, kind of dispersing them throughout for a few reasons. Hey Vess, for a few reasons. One, when this came out last year, I didn't really watch every bit of it. I caught a little bit of here and there from watching some other streamers, but I didn't sit down and watch it, so it's one reason I want to watch it. You know, I think there's a little bit of a content lull between Invictus and 4.2 launching, so, you know, to watch these. Hey, Happy. And then, also, when this came out, I was, like, extremely new to Star Citizen. Hey, Rory. I was extremely new to Star Citizen, so some of it I didn't quite grasp the context of it. So far we've watched 2. We've done Crafting a Home, which was really, really cool. We've done the Stars My Destination, which kind of talked high level 1.0, like the planets that are going to be in there and some stuff like that. Really, really cool. And so I'm going to continue on. We'll watch one, because it's a Saturday longer stream, I might watch 2. It depends upon how fast we go through this. If we end up pausing a ton and doing it, then we'll jump into the game. And then we're going to continue to deck out the Phoenix. We're going to try potentially the what was it, the repeaters or something like that, and see how those do versus the default weapons. But we did upgrade the shields and power plant, stuff like that. So without further ado, let's get into it.
Hola, CitizenCon, ni hao.
I'm gonna turn the music down just a hair.
And hello, Manchester. I'm not gonna need this anymore. Cool.
Commander Namjeed, welcome in. Here, let me give this for Commander. Here we go.
I am Benoit Beauséjour, or as some of you know me, I am Balt on Spectrum. Today, we will talk about Brave New Worlds. This is Pyro 2, Monox. It's a barren planet,
this
not
is
really
interesting.
habitable.
So when this presented, people hadn't really been to Pyro much, right? So now we can watch this in the context of already been to Pyro, and do they say some stuff that maybe didn't happen or whatever?
Now, since the advance of our planet tech, we've always allowed players to circumnavigate planets and move from orbit to ground seamlessly. Explore.
I mean, that's cool though. I mean, how many games can you be in space and fly down onto the planet and fly around the planet? That's cool.
More complex areas and intricate detail. Now, with server meshing, we're going to need a lot more locations for missions and destinations for more life. But there's a major question that has always followed this project since the beginning of Alpha 3.0. How are we going to make a large number of planets and systems? How are we going to meet the fidelity benchmark we've established? In this technology update,
do you think they will add more planets to existing systems or just add more systems? So like they showed the planets that were in the 5 systems on the last stream we watched. If they want to just add a new planet so they can have some more content, would they ever just add a new planet to a current system?
We bring life to life.
Or they only add planets by adding more systems? Because to me, adding planets is a lot simpler than having to add a whole new system.
Even to Monox. We take the physical representation of the terrain, the geology, the atmosphere, the climate, and the environment to create accurate biomes that spring naturally from the collision of all these environments. Coherent, denser biomes that follow the laws of nature that we encode into data. Data that we then leverage to place flora and fauna, yes, but also settlements, buildings, alien and human life in a planetary context. This creates worlds that are scientifically plausible, richer in gameplay opportunities. We want you to find adventure just by going around the planets without a quantum point. We want you to find actions along your path. For this, we are changing how we made the game. We are scaling how we make the game in all areas. This is not just a Planet Tech update.
Iron
This
Fuzz,
is a collection
of
systems that we call
Genesis.
Now,
yes, absolute early bird.
Let me explain all this.
I got plans this evening,
this nice
so
technology.
I started early.
Let us kick us off, and I welcome our very own.
Before Hurricane Helene, I would start early a lot of times
for phase 1 of Genesis.
The weekends, because I'm having my office. So I'm in a bedroom, right? I'm in my master bedroom waiting for the office to finish. Welcome in, Doc. So, you know, I want to make sure, you know, everything's kind of taken care of before we do it. So, I'm going to search for this one.
Hello, Star Citizen.
Yes, hello, Citizen Con.
Yeah. So let's start with some introductions. This guy over here is Will Hain, aka Water Guy or River Guy.
And this lovely gentleman is Ali Brown, pusher of pixels extraordinaire.
And we're here to tell you about phase 1 of Genesis, which we're entitling The Laws of Nature. And this revolves around the fundamental approach we use to build our planet and is the literal foundation for everything else we're going to talk about in this talk today. Now, it centers on data-driven, physically based rules that we aim to realistically emulate nature and its incredible diversity. Before we dive in a bit deeper, let's just recap on some of the things we already have on our planet. So here you can see our lovely atmosphere and our cloud rendering, which can provide some spectacular views. We have our on-the-fly terrain generation, which is no loading screens in our game, which we're very proud of. And then we have our scattering system that can populate these planets with many different diverse biomes. And we've been setting quality benchmarks for each of these biomes as we come across them one by one.
But what we have isn't perfect. This scene on Microtech, it looks great, but it's not getting the same density that you'd expect from a real pine forest.
Yeah.
That's one of the things we want to solve. The other, if I take you to the other side of Microtech, you'd be excused if you thought we'd just turned around and looked at a different part of the forest. Why is that? Well, this is because currently our artists create slices of biomes.
Let me move my guy, because they have text all the time on the left-hand side. Let me move him. Where's my cam? All right, let's see. Put him up there. We'll do it here over the video. I think upper right-hand corner on these presentations seems to work best.
In great number, and then they distribute them across the planet using humidity and temperature properties. Each slice looks great in isolation, as you've seen, as you've explored. But this is not the solution to give us varied and natural biomes across an entire planet. Additionally, just using humidity and temperature limits us to only 2 degrees of variation. And that's not enough for the sorts of planets and worlds.
So what is this? This is the different stuff. So this is their editor. Planet, ecosystems, object presets, texture array, tokens, and rivers. Add, remove, clone, save all, reload. So they probably selected a planet and they're editing it.
That we want to create and for you to
explore.
explore.
What's going on, Attack Cat? Welcome in.
So how are we going to scale up our planet generation? Well, as I said before, we're going to start with physically based rules that drive everything. We want nothing to feel random on these planets. And we want no limitations on the number of biomes. We want infinite biomes that are continuous.
Physically based rules driving everything. No limitations on the number of biomes. Extreme density where appropriate to maintain or exceed existing quality benchmarks. Simple, scalable workflow for artists, players to explore and find truly unique experiences.
Continuously changing across the planets. And we want extreme density, and we want to maintain or exceed all of the quality levels we've set with our existing biomes. And most importantly, we want it to be scalable so that we can really scale up to the level of content that the designers are expecting. And from your perspective, we want you to be able to truly explore and find unique playing opportunities everywhere on our planets. So to start this, we're going to need more data.
They should add a system that only players inhabit. Right? So it's a new system, and we're, you know, kind of like the new world and stuff like that, right? When it's being found and we're settling it and stuff like that. So there's no existing corporations, no nothing.
So if we see here some of our existing data sets on our planets, we have temperature, which we define locally and globally, and humidity, and that's it for now. With Genesis, we add many other data sets, such as the geology type, the soil type, and then we also go for things like the soil depth and the quality and the nutrients and many other properties all drive this complex data set that we use to build rule sets on that each individual asset can describe how it should work with them.
We're going to put something together and show you some demos today using some of the assets that you've already know and love in the PU. Although you might see some new stuff later, we'll save that. What you're going to see is a vertical slice of development. It's very
I hope they
stage.
do.
It's very work in progress.
I mean, right now, there's nothing to explore. Right, you already know where locations are. You can jump to locations. One, I think I heard Piss Poor Pete saying this, but I would like to see it that as a new player, I can't jump to something until I've been there once. Except for maybe like the major spaceports and stuff. Are they going to fire a photon torpedo with Spock at a world, or is this a reference to a bit old school?
See some bugs, but that means it's only going to get better, so be excited.
Thanks for the follow.
The challenge for clients in our game is scale. In no other context do you need a planet to look great from first-person perspective when you're stood among the trees. You need it to look great when you're in a spaceship at a quantum marker miles away, and everywhere in between. There are no loading screens, you see everything.
But I think it would be so cool if there was a star systems you go to that are only player inhabited and is insanely larger than the other ones, and there are procedurally dynamically generated planets. So you can be the first one to go onto a planet. That's one of the things I like about Stars Reach, is that's what they are doing. No, so what I was saying, Saphis, is that so the major spaceports and stuff like that, so you go down to a planet and then you'd have to travel to it somehow or just fly normal. I'm just saying quantuming to it, right? Or someone takes you to it or something. Just some kind of sense of discovery. And just more talking out loud. But you could have known quantum points like the spaceports. But some kind of sense of discovery. So it's obviously that's not perfect. But I love to see a star system that's only player inhabited, has dynamically procedurally generated worlds, and you could be the first one to visit one.
We cannot afford for it to look bad in...
Like maybe you can do some scanning and it says, oh, there's something 30 gigameters out. Do you want to jump to that to see what it is? Some kind of massive scanning to know, and then you can jump to that. But you still need to go there to see what it is. And stuff like that. So there's a way to implement it to make it happen.
In any other scenarios. So let's start from a ground perspective. Demo number 1. Let's have a look.
I claim this moon the name of Old Man Observer. Well, you kid. So in Stars Reach, I own 2 planets already. So anybody that wants to jump in and play some Stars Reach with me, I have 2 planets. I'm gonna make one planet a P versus E, and I'm gonna make one planet a P versus P. So you can set the rule sets for your planet and everything. And so I did the max Kickstarter package, and so I'll have 2 planets in Stars Reach. Yeah, crazy. I agree. What's going on, Zenrin? Welcome in. I mean, it's a third-party website, Rory. So if something's wrong here, so this is my stuff. If you're having a problem with this, then I'm not sure. They probably have a contact. So this is a third-party website, Gleam.io. Maybe try a little bit later or something, but it works. It works. This is all managed, but this is like a huge giveaway site. It's like a massive site. They do tons of giveaways. Special exploration ships that can jump to unknown locations. Yeah, exactly, like Captain Duck's. Like some kind of big scanners on them, stuff like that. It would be so cool. This game it looks gorgeous. Star Citizen looks great. PAX Day was a beautiful game. This is a beautiful game. I've never played Elite Dangerous, and I keep trying to decide if I want to try it out or not.
So, how do we make that? Thank you.
You coded it.
So, let's talk about first what's underneath it all. The ground! So,
is that funny?
In our previous terrain shader, we just switched between different ground textures depending on climate and didn't really consider the unique properties of each type. Now, the terrain shader is based around 4 layers. We always first consider bedrock at the bottom of it all. Then, where appropriate, we add layers of soil of different types.
All right.
We then add debris where appropriate, whether it be pine needles, dead leaves, etc. And then when it gets cold, we add snow. Each of these layers
Mr. Appropriate, welcome in.
And unique
Thanks for the
transitions
follow,
between them.
Fabio.
Because we do this all in one shader, we're able to achieve that as well as being performant. We can also use things like water saturation to darken and tint the soil and other properties to make it look more realistic.
That's what my thinking is, Commander NubG, because I kind of look to see the depth of it. And once I've been in an Idris and walked around an Idris, and I've flown from planets to planets, it's like I'd rather just kind of continue to look into Star Citizen and not play Elite Dangerous. Hey Fabio, welcome in.
Realistic. But that's not what filled most of the screen in that demo. That's the vegetation. Like what Ali said, we want to emulate the laws of nature. So in Genesis, we have rule sets for every asset that tells it how to respond to our rich data. whether it be soil type, water availability, temperature, geology, or whatever. We assess the viability and the vitality of each asset and compare them to decide what is likely to spawn in a natural environment. This automatically creates the cohesive environment that you saw in that clip. Not handcrafted anymore. No one has told those ferns and those pines to be like that. They each want to be like that. And that's what we're doing, multiple assets coming together to create a unique microbiome. What about trees then? Same thing. They have a larger requirement for space. They have a larger requirement for nutrients. That's how you see the distribution, and it's how it all works. Let's meet the flora that came together to beat that forest, to make that forest, and have a look at some of their...
What would be cool, though, and maybe they do, it'd be nice if they had alien vegetation. Right? They have alien animals, but why not planets that are like the Avatar planet, for example?
Properties.
Why do all planets got to be Earth-like in terms of how they look?
Just to note, they are all going to look quite similar because we've already seen them in the same place, so they must be similar. So, building blocks like grass,
no man's sky, yeah.
Medium amounts of sunlight. We had ferns, see, it's a much lower requirement for sunlight. We had salix bushes forming our underbrew, and we had pines, of course, multiple variations of pines. Diversity is driven by competition. Everything has ideal conditions, which affects its competitiveness. We also have additional control over this in the form of dominance, which allows us to make one asset more competitive and more dominant than another, which is just what we see in nature. Everything is constantly fighting for resources and, of course, light. Because we spawn these assets in a hierarchy, it's easy to propagate shade data down over the distribution of the assets so that we can control ones that prefer
or reject shade. No man's got to have a baby, we'd have a great shade. To be honest, that's what the only thing. So I really am a big fan of where Stars Reach is going from a gameplay standpoint. Is they are a combination of Star Citizen and No Man's Sky. What's holding them back is the graphics. If Stars Reach had this graphics, the excitement level for that game would be through the roof. The graphics are just holding them back.
They can spawn in light, but they are outcompeted in those scenarios most of the time. So you will see a rogue fern, or a place where there's no seeds for a specific asset, you might start to get this coming in. Let's take a look from a larger perspective again.
Now, see, the thing is, if you've ever seen tree lines, let's go back just a little bit more. If you ever seen, so they're trying to do a tree line here, right? So this is too high. I think that's what the intent is. But after certain elevations, the trees don't grow, and it's like it's a line. It doesn't look like us where there's some and not some. It just becomes a line. And I don't know if that's what they were trying to do here or not, but it wouldn't be they stopped growing on this side of the mountain and on this side they're still going. It's a hard line. Like even off to the distance, you wouldn't see this. It's a line. That looks like a proper forest right there, Why does this area have more rock?
So, to take you some of the things we saw in that clip, let's talk about rocks first. So anyone that's done a lot of ground driving and ground vehicles might have seen that our rocks sometimes feel a little bit randomly.
I need to disable those, Cosmic Decoder. That's for the text-based mud that I'm creating, but it's currently under maintenance. So that's used for the game that I'm working on. Just to be able to have them, but I need to disable those.
scattered and can be quite an obstacle sometimes. So in this clip, you saw that the rocks are no longer randomly scattered, and they're now placed based on physically based rule sets. And this logical grouping is achieved via erosion simulations, which we run offline to build localized data maps. And they describe the size of the aggregate and rocks and the density and where they should naturally form. And that means we get things like these natural clusters of boulders at the forest edge underneath the cliffside. And on that note, you might have noticed that the cliffs have been dramatically improved in how they shade. We also see things like the natural clumping of vegetation caused by seed dispersal. This is controlled per species, so we can get better emulation of their unique growth patterns to create a much more realistic environment. And we also calculate the slope aspect, which is the exposure of vegetation to solar radiation and other environmental factors. And this allows us different species to flourish in different conditions, as we can see on different sides of this valley. Then over larger scale, we calculate the age and vitality of each tree individually to drive exactly how high they should be, but also the color of their leaves. Now, this isn't the only thing that will drive the color of the leaves. We're going to introduce the concept of seasons to the game. And this will mean our planets will evolve through the year.
Stars Reach already has seasons.
And we'll be able to shed leaves from trees and have the grass wither in winter.
And that was like a month or 2 ago. And their worlds are a full simulation engine.
So as you're starting to see, all these rules, all this data, it's all coming together to create what we call truly emergent biomes. Let's have one more look at how this varies over a much larger scale.
You know, they're going to go down this path at some point in time, and they don't have $800 million. Yeah, no, they have a much smaller budget. And it's kind of like the old days of development. So when you only had 64K of RAM, or you had a little bitty cartridge to put stuff on, you would get creative in your engineering and design, right? And so that's kind of the approach Stars Reach took, is how can we have all this cool simulation engine and make it scale to an MMO aspect, right? But what I was going to say is I want two things. I want large bodies of water, oceans, and boats. I mean, if you have ground vehicles, why can't I have boats? And I think it's a matter of time. The reason why, because then that's more vehicles they can sell. And by the way, I do have 14 lifetime keys to give away for Stars Reach, but I will not be doing those random. Those will go to people I feel want to play and will be active and stuff like that. They'll be individually handed out. I just want fishing, and then we can turn in fishes to Wicklow. Exactly, Attack a Cat, I believe it. Yes, let me buy boats in a space game. Well, I mean, they have ground vehicles, Dutch Lord. They have ground vehicles. And I think the game's no longer a space game. I think it's a universe game. And so in a universe, you have spaceships to go from planet to planet, but they clearly have first-person shooter stuff. They have ground vehicles. So once you have ground vehicles, there's no reason not to have boats. But yeah, Attack Cat, I don't consider an MMO a proper MMO until they have fishing in it. Yeah, it's a universal MMORPG, absolutely. It's not just a space sim anymore. There's boats in Squadron 42. Ooh, is there really? Ooh, watch that. We might sneak that in after we watch one of these. But like, aren't most of the planets more land than water? I'd like to see some proper continents on them. Yeah, we'll have to watch that teaser. Yeah. But here's why I know there will be boats eventually in this game. Because they can sell them. If you take an 890 jump and just make it float, you have a luxury boat yacht. At some point, I want to stay living on a planet for a while before moving to the next. Yeah. Have my space Winnebago. So I don't need anything else. And that's just it. In this game, everybody can have a little bit about what they want, right? You know, stay on land, go up to there, whatever. It's a beautiful game. Uh-oh, is it stuck? What's going on?
Just like in real life, oh, thank you. Just like in real life, our areas should vary, even by traveling a few kilometers. If you get in a helicopter and fly over the Alps, it all looks a bit snowy, but when you look closer, it's constantly changing. And we're now able to accurately represent that with our changing data. Another very important factor to mention is the distant look. In this screenshot, you don't see a single tree, and yet the terrain is still green. We previously did that with artist-made lookup tables that told the planet what color to be at what position. But that wasn't going to work with all our new data and our far more complex spawning. Now we have a systemic solution. The planet shader is able to intelligently evaluate what's going to spawn there using the same rule sets that cause the assets to spawn there when you get there. That means we can sample the sort of color that is going to project onto the orbital view and use it. We get a far better accuracy from the result. Together, by creating rules and authoring data that works, we create a continuously varying planet that sets the scene for the incredible exploration gameplay I know you guys are going to have. But how have we done this without compromising on performance?
So yeah, with all this new data sets and these physically based spawning rules, you're probably wondering, how is this going to handle in your CPU? We don't want to melt anyone's CPU, so we've redesigned all of this tech to work much more efficiently than before, and now it can run on many cores. This allows it to be run perfectly well on both the CPU and the GPU. So we've redesigned our framework so that we can run it at both and swap between them freely. Now, the benefit of this is we can do things like, first off, move the terrain system to the GPU, and we've now done that to get some incredible performance improvements, but we then also cache the results in something we call a virtual terrain texture. I'll give you a quick demo of this now. This is now vastly faster than the previous system, but it also allows us to generate the terrain in much higher resolution, which means all the popping you can see on the mountains as we're approaching, all of that should be completely eliminated on the right-hand side of the screen.
With the extra headroom we've gained by making our terrain system more efficient, we've been able to introduce some improvements, including high-resolution ground textures, proper blending between surface types, and of course, better tiling. If you're familiar with any of our planets, we've taken off all the assets so you can see the issue, and now how it looks, you don't see those lines going at all.
Yeah, it does look different. By the time one point comes out, I need to upgrade my PC.
One more.
I mean, you can see the lines. It seems like there's still some lines there, though. Like, there's clearly a line right there
on the GPU, like Ali said, we can perform the scattering there too, which is significantly faster. All those algorithms that we've used to generate those first bits can run there without being more expensive on your CPU. And it also means the results are directly there on the GPU. We can render straight from them. That allows us to have dramatically more density in our new system. We can render objects directly without having to go via the CPU every frame. We also cull at different levels of granularity, with bigger groups in the distance and individual assets up close. Just as a demonstration, this is the sort of density you can expect on Microtech today. And in a second, we'll flip over to what you can expect from the new upcoming tech.
And this is why I think the game's closer to release than folks realize. All this work has been going on for a while. You know, server meshing was just the milestone. It wasn't going to fix everything, which was anybody that says, oh, server meshing's here, elevators are going to be fixed, don't understand what that meant. It's such a huge architecture change for the application that it doesn't make any sense to generate all the other stuff, elevator fixes, missions, and stuff like that, because they need to understand the architecture. And now that they've implemented server meshing, they can move forward with basically everything else in the game. That's the importance of server meshing. It was never going to just fix everything, but then they could start fixing everything in the context of server meshing. I mean, this is their stuff. This is their code, and that was back in the end of last year, and it was already working. This game's closer to releasing you all think. Welcome in, Texas Hornito.
In a second, we're going to turn on the culling groups, Steve-O, so you can see. These are the groups that will create of those trees and of the terrain. And as we get closer, we shrink them so we're more intelligently rendering what we need without having to assess each tree individually.
I'm doing great, Texas.
All the way down to the ground.
So to recap some of the things you've seen here in phase 1, we had data-driven rules based on physically based data, generating emergent biomes that continuously vary across our planets to get infinite possibilities. And we've achieved this with much greater density than before and much faster rendering. And we also achieved seamless transitions from ground to space with zero popping. So now that
the advantages of procedurally generated is then if you change something, but maybe it's too much to ask if CAG can at least share percentages of the progress in these areas. Yeah, I wouldn't do it from a tech standpoint, because the problem is anytime you say anything, it never does, it never helps and only hurts. Oh, they said last year they were 80% done. Well, sometimes that 20% takes more time than 80%. You know, but can I play tic-tac-toe? Hey, Melzy, welcome in.
we've got all this tech, it's time to talk about how art might make use of this. So for that, I'll hand you to the next phase towards Sebastian Schroeder.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. No physical.
Thank you. Wow. Thank God there's only 20 of you, otherwise I'd be nervous. Right. Thanks for having me. I'm here on behalf of the Planet Content team.
Oh, what I was saying, the point I was going to make. The thing about procedurally generated is, like the optimizations I started about, if the world's handcrafted, and then they say, oh, if we do this, this, and this, then we can make it more efficient to load. Well, then somebody's got to go back and manually update stuff. But if it's procedurally generated, they update the optimizations in the algorithm, and then they regenerate the world with the updated optimizations.
And we're very excited to finally show you some of the things we've been working on. As you've just seen from Will and Ali, the system keeps growing in both complexity and capability, so our libraries have to grow alongside it. Wait, should I click? No. No, I should click. Yeah, click. Oh, there we go. So, our goal with the content is to provide...
Yeah,
our goal is to provide...
But you know what, Millsy? I don't really care what other people play. All I ask for in an MMO is there are people playing. I always want to play in a vibrant world, and I'm having a good time. So if there's a percentage of the populations that say, oh, the game took whatever years, I don't really care, as long as I'm having fun.
The content that the system needs to populate every corner of every planet with realistic environments. And this content is what this phase of Genesis is all about, emergent biomes. For our first example of today, it's almost a shame Will left because it's about moisture, but let's look at very high moisture and medium to high temperature.
I do hope I'm alive for 1.0. But I'm old. So you got to understand, on my mom's side of the family, you couldn't kill them. They lived to be 90, smoking. And on my dad's side of the family, 50s, 60s, the guys passed away. I don't know how many years I got left. It's either just a few years or another 40 years. absolutely. CIG, if you're listening, my sons won't play my account, but unofficially, they're gonna the account will get passed to somebody. Because I've heard of someone trying to get access to their dad's Steam account, and once they found out that the dad had passed away, they disabled the account. So if you're ever going to pass any of this digital stuff on to your kids, you don't tell anybody. You make sure they have the passwords and stuff like that. The long live the venerable observer. See, I use LastPass, so all I have to do is give my master LastPass out, and then they'll have access to everything. Dead men tell no tales.
Thanks. They did look
They need crocodiles.
really good. So, for swarms, we obviously made vegetation that feels at home in or near water.
Anacondas, things like that.
But before we dive in, allow me to give you a quick primer on our approach to authoring plants.
New Orleans.
Most species can survive in a fairly wide range of climate conditions, but will only thrive if the conditions are ideal.
No, that's a true story, Millsy. If you do want your kids to have your Steam account, you tell them never to contact Steam. You just make sure they have your password.
To support this concept, we author our vegetation assets to describe the full growth cycle of a species. If the conditions aren't ideal, they may not grow to full maturity or look their best, but the species can still exist. So let's have a closer look. For the water's edge, we made plants like this Alternatera and the iris. We also need the aquatic ones to float on the water surface, like the water lily or the pickerel weed. This willow and the one after, a Chinese tallow tree, while comfortable near water, we can also use to replace some of the more aged assets used to seeing elsewhere in the game. The last one, it's taking a bit longer now, but the last one, I'm gonna wait.
Like a record car, but
the last one, you may not see used much in other biomes, but it's a very iconic one for the swamp, the bald cypress. So another feature we need to make a swamp experience a proper one is water injection. Over the last year or two, a lot of work has gone into improving the way our water reacts and renders. So naturally, we wanted to make a biome that highlights those advances. Let's have a brief look at what it's like being inside the swamp.
Thanks for the follow, DRT.
As you walk or swim through the water, you may come...
Can you walk in water today? I've never tried to go in water. Or you just walk on top of it? Or do you just get blocked? Or do you die? If you're underwater, can you drown? I've never tried that.
Come across obstacles like logs or debris floating on the surface. They will react to the player character and can be pushed out of the way. We were also pleasantly surprised when we first saw how the water simulation systemically affects assets floating on the water surface, making for some really immersive moments. Now, before I get to our second use case of the day, a quick disclaimer. Obviously, all the things you're seeing here today we're still actively working on, but this one in particular, it's a bit early in the process. So let's have a look at extreme object density next. With the data saying we should have high rainfall and sunlight year-round, it's the perfect condition for our next biome to appear.
So our spacesuits act as wetsuits. Well, you've seen some of the stuff they've introduced, right? So different to get past certain gates, you need different outfits. They again, I'm gonna go down. Always follow the money. Thanks for the follow, Red. Always follow the money. So if they make more gameplay, for different types of outfits, that's more stuff they can sell. So there probably will be eventually things that are tailored to water that's more efficient to go through water. Wouldn't surprise me. I know when you used to try to land in water, the ship would explode, but now you can touch down with no issues, but I don't know if you can swim. I might have to try that. That does look great, doesn't it? I would crash. I would 100% crash. Thanks for follow Aluminum Productions. The cool things about this type of stuff, though, is you should be able to better... I think this should take your ship and make it much, much difficult to see from a radar standpoint. Which I expect it to be the case. So you could land in a heavily forested area and then walk or take a bike or whatever and go to wherever you're trying to go. Hey, 07's aluminum. 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 That's it. Oh, look at there, got the ship. It's not crashing, it's falling with style. Aggressive landing.
Considering everything you've just seen is still very much work in progress, the gameplay capture team really did a great job showing our work in the best possible light. With jungles, we wanted to explore the concept of vertical stratification, as they are the prime example for that. What it means is that you have horizontal layers of microbiomes defined by the species that thrives with the amount of sunlight and rain that still reaches there. The floor, herb and brush layer we could almost do before, obviously missing the density. But now we also have the option to add variation to the tree layer by dynamically spawning epiphytes like lianas, orchids, or bromeliads, cool, attached to trunks and canopies of other assets.
So you can pick fruit.
With this and improved density is what will finally allow us to make convincing jungles. And the best part is, we don't even need
land you walk away from is a good
what we refer to as a canvas of a biome.
After it's a bonus.
The idea being that we can vary what kind of forest you're in by adding or replacing the plants that visually stand out the most. Now, to get us started on our stratification, we made epiphytes like the Epiprenum and the bromeliad, including a potted version for your hab. Then obviously you need jungles for lianas for a jungle. And we also made the grias, which add character to the herb and tree layer. For tall trees, we decided on the fairly generic rubber tree, as its different growth stages serve as a nice foundation for all height levels. And that's pretty much it, what we need to make a pretty good base for jungle. Now, for our third and last use case, let's pretend the data indicates regular rainfall and moderate temperatures. This climate would support a lot of different forests, but we also wanted to use this opportunity to explore extreme scale. And they're just really cool.
I just wanted to be able to listen to a tour of the UE and yeah. I like the sounds. If the game has that ambient sounds, that would be awesome, hearing the birds chirping and stuff. There we go. There we go. That looks like something, doesn't it? So normally during the Twitch ads, I would pause and whatever, But these videos are online, so if you want to catch up on something, you can rewatch them, whatever. I'm going to kind of keep going through them. If I take a break, then I'll pause it. Yeah, Return of the Jedi. Exactly. I haven't done anything. I haven't changed anything. Oh, you might be having the ads. Like the ads are going through. You know what? I'll pause it. Take a little break. So so the Twitch ads are kicking in. I've paused it. We'll wait for Twitch ads to finish. Yeah, I think the way the ads work is it's a 3-minute period where ads can show, but they don't always show. Testing 1, 2, 3. Let me see if the audio is going through on OBS just to make sure. Oh, it's not. Hold on. What happened there? I must have clicked that somehow.
Levels of all redwoods.
Yeah. I'm going to pause it anyway. I'm going to take a quick break. Take a quick break myself. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to disable the camera. Because I'm going to take a bow break and all that. We'll be right back. But I see what happened. I accidentally hit the sound slider on OBS. I don't know how I did that. All right, I'm going to take my quick break. Be right back. Yeah, it's kicking. And that's all right, because I'm going to take a break. I use the ad time to take my own break. Helps me stream longer. I just saw a Panda Express ad. Now that's maybe wanting a Panda Express, so it's working. The ads are working.
Ferns. In our case, a sword fern. We also made a huckleberry variant to provide some visual density for the shrub layer. To add some Jurassic vibes, we made tree.
Yeah, so the funny thing is I designed my break system to show these kind of videos while I'm taking a break. But if I'm watching one of these videos, it doesn't work out. So I just need a simple taking a break thing to go over my cam. I had to Google that.
Ferns, as they can be found in New Zealand's redwood forests. The most important one, though, obviously sequoias.
Hey, Yuri.
And they ended up being
in.
one of our most complex sets.
Yeah, Yuri, I run ads every hour because there's two ways that you can run ads in Twitch. You can get a pre-rolled ad when someone new comes in. So if someone new comes in, they immediately get presented ads. I don't like that at all because I just think that's the worst scenario. And then the other one is you have to run at least 3 minutes of ads every hour. So you can do like 1 minute and 30 seconds every 30 minutes or something like that. What I do is I time it for myself to take a break, right? So I do 3-minute ads every hour. It doesn't mean they have 3 minutes of ads to show you, but there's a 3-minute period they'll show ads. And then I try to take breaks during that time. I think it helps me stream a little bit longer.
Yes. As it turns out, they can grow to be fairly ridiculous in size. It keeps going.
Oh, look, they got a carrot there. Just gotta get Twitch Turbo. Yeah, there you go, Twitch Turbo with. And honestly, Twitch Turbo is the way to go because if you subscribe to somebody's channel, you obviously won't get ads for that channel. But if you just do Twitch Turbo, then you won't get ads for any channel. I get that, but Twitch seems to be unable to pick an ad to display for international streams. Not sure what the logic is behind it. I think, Yuri, it's just a matter of they can only show ads for companies that are willing to give them money, right? So I don't know. So if they don't have anybody in Germany, for example, companies, they haven't maybe found companies or whatever to advertise Germany specific stuff, it's hard for them to do it. So they have to find people that are willing to pay for ads on Twitch too. It's a combination of all that.
Now, one thing our game's foliage is sorely missing is the ability to properly react to what's happening around it. The goal here is to unify all four.
But I try not, when the ads are going, I make sure I'm not playing or doing anything, and I just use that to take a break for myself. Yeah, no, and that's why I get it. But I'm just saying that if money is a very limiting factor, not everybody has the same amount of money, right? So at minimum, if you could do turbo, you can at least minimize the, and you do get a little bit of turbo money, Ice Cool. So when you look at the monetary breakdown, there is a small category for turbo.
Sources from all sources, sorry for the horrible rhyme. All sources from all forces from all sources, wind, characters and creatures, ships, explosions, and whatever else, and let the vegetation behave accordingly. Now, as part of our tech improvements, we will be implementing a GPU-based simulation that's fit for our game scale. For now, we've set up the ferns with our existing CPU-based one to better visualize what it will feel like to walk amongst those giants. Also, with the biomes on our planets now being defined by where an individual object wants to appear, you can expect a lot more happy accidents by having species invade different biomes, making for some unique locations, hopefully. Surely. Now, before I get to disappear off stage, I just want to say a big thank you to everybody involved, especially my team in Frankfurt for doing such amazing work and being all around great people. And also to all of you guys. I really hope you have a fantastic CitizenCon. This concludes this phase of Genesis, so please welcome Ian to the stage so I can tell you all about the next one.
Yeah, so on my last stream, my last large stream, Thursday, I made 69 cents from Turbo viewers. Big money, big money.
Thank you. Hello, CitizenCon.
But yeah, if I find a streamer that I enjoy, I will absolutely support them. You know, I'll subscribe, whatever, give some subs, things like that. Because I see it the same way. If I'm, you know, watching YouTube or Netflix or Prime Video, obviously, you know, there's a cost to that too. And I see Twitch viewers as no different. If I'm enjoying their content, I get a lot out of it. I always like to subscribe. And in some cases, if they're very good, tier 3. I'm a tier 3 subscriber to Todd Fox, for example, because I really enjoy his content.
All right. Those new planets and biomes were pretty, right? But it's time for phase-free civilization to give you some stuff to do. So, let's talk about location density. We've emulated nature as well as we can to make sure our planets are physically based and realistic, and our biomes are emergent. But it's time to start populating the verse, because where there's people, there are their lives and the structures they build. So it makes sense that whenever you go and explore these planets, that you find their lives. And what's even more important is that when we make these structures, that they use and they follow the same rules as our biomes, such as the jungles and the swamps. But before we continue, let's first take stock as to where we are now. At the moment in the verse, we have these custom, beautifully made locations, such as Ghost Hollow, we've got our distribution centers, or even just some outposts. And these have all been handcrafted by our designers and artists to hit that benchmark. And they've been working directly on the planet. However, going forward, this doesn't really scale with how we want to go forward with the game. Server meshing is about to arrive, and we're gonna have a way higher player count. So those 73 bunkers across Stanton just won't cut it. But in general, it's also pretty barren. There's not much for you to explore and find stuff out there. So there's no exploration gameplay. You haven't really put your character to use for the...
So with all this tech, will they redo the planets that exist today? I think so.
way that you should. So this means we need to go bigger, which means we need to change our workflow. And with any workflow means we need to first establish a new benchmark. So with our new benchmark, we are ensuring quality and improve on our previous work and make it even better. And any location that you'll find needs to have its own unique personality and no repetition. We don't want you to find the same location twice. This also means that this is your exploration and your findings. So when you go out there and explore with your Carrack or with your Corsair, is that whatever you find, you can share with your orgs or with your friends. As for density, if you fly down to the planet, we want you to find something, let's say, every 100 clicks. But also improve the mission experience. So when you stay more on the planet, you're more immersed and you go from location to location. Just keep going. So going forward, we are modularizing all our existing locations and assets. And we're basically making a library of buildings and layouts that we'll be using to no longer work directly on the planet. The neat thing, all these modules and assets can be iterated upon and tested right in the editor for all the designers and artists to ensure fun gameplay and interactive sandbox activity, and also make sure all the mission stuff is there. Basically, we're building a toolkit. So let's look at some of the things that we need to keep in mind as we are making that toolkit. First and foremost, we've got our art style and branding. We've got things like Frontier for our settlements. We've got high-tech for the emergency shelters, but also utilitarian, like our bunkers and distribution centers. The richer the data, the richer these locations will be. Secondly, they all have a function. We've got mining for our mining outposts, farming for the farmsteads, or just places where people live. Yep. The function of the place will define the way the place looks as well, and its form. And last but not least, the people as well, the faction and their loadouts. We've got lawful people, like the new Citizens for Prosperity in Pyro. Unlawful, such as Xenofred, and sometimes not even no one. And the place needs to look a bit, derelict. In different places, you'll find different people. So, now that we've made our toolkit, and we've defined all this new stuff, let's start building thousands of locations. Yes, I said thousands. So, to avoid the same issue of working on directly in the planet, I'd like to introduce to you
Starchitect.
So what do we got here? Name of the building, generation properties, uniform, add generation property, generation target, placement rules, parent property, okay, placement suggestions, object container, property definitions, location manager.
What Starchitect allows us to do is directly on a planetary scale scatter all these new libraries and modules and assets and no longer work directly on the planet. And it uses the same logical rule set as our emergent biomes. And it also gives us full control over the data that we set on these locations. So expect locations in places where they make sense. Let's kind of look at all this new Genesis data and all these new libraries and chuck it into Starchitect and see what it gives us. As you can see, we're now able to make full-size locations, and they will look completely different based on where you'd find them. The layouts are controlled by the rules, and it will reflect its place in the verse.
I'd like to see some
We've got
large
farms,
settlements.
mining outposts, but even our older locations, such as the bunkers that you find on Stanton. So, let's look at an example and kind of use the tool to really, make a location. We can define the rules, as I've mentioned a couple times by now. So for our mining outpost, it wants to be near a resource. We can specify what this resource needs to be. But we can also give it suggestions where sometimes you'd find it here and sometimes you wouldn't. If the location has refineries, it might want to be near water to refine the resources. Then secondly, we can define what buildings should be there. So obviously we need mining buildings, houses for people to live as well, and even power buildings that we can leverage with the resource network. Starchitect will intelligently figure out where to place these and what needs to be at the location. Next up, farms. Its rules, well, temperature. Not every plant can live in every temperature, but the same with soil type. Only certain plants can be in certain grounds. And then we can query the seed map to determine what plants you would find there. What are the harvestables? As for the targets, again, farm buildings, obviously, power buildings, houses, but even animals, such as our beloved quasi-grazers. And last but not least, derelict ships. We've got these all over the place currently. Rules, well, they'd be close to anti-air because I would be shot down, but even in harsh flight conditions.
Yeah, I get excited every time I rewatch these. I was even there. It's amazing to me all the stuff I miss every time I rewatch. They're planning so much content. Yeah, I mean, they do a great job in presenting what they're working on. And the thing is, these aren't like fictional stuff. Like they plan to build Starchitect. They're using it today. That's what I'm trying to say. I think it's 1.0, maybe a little bit closer than people think.
Such as mountains or low visibility. You probably most commonly find them. Targets, well, crash ship parts, of course. Sometimes you'd find the full remains of a javelin, and the other time you might just find the nose of a starfare laying around.
That'd be cool.
So, let's talk about coherency. Sure, we can scatter all these locations everywhere on the planet, and you'll find them in places they make sense, but we can do better. You don't just want to find an outpost completely on its own, right?
Yeah.
We want to make sure it really feels like people have built their lives here.
Yes.
So, let's talk about some missing bits. We want to tell tighter stories, such as the people's lives, but also logical exploration. If I find one thing, I expect to find something similar or something else nearby. We also need more data control. What defines one mining outpost being different from the other ones, aside from the harvestables? And also give the narrative developments. Make sure, people build near rivers, on mountains. They build near town halls. They build near distribution centers.
Yep.
So to hit that bit of our benchmark, we make sure that locations are near each other and group them together. The effect it gives is a fully developed landscape with vistas and points of interest all over. And we group them together in what we like to call a cluster, like this one, that has 13 locations. Let's talk about clusters. Clustering means generating locations near other locations. So, for example, if you find a distribution center, just like in the verse currently, I would find forward operating bases next to them. But if you go even further out, you'd find mining outposts to funnel those resources to the FOBs. Go out even further, you'd find caves around them, because that's where they might find some of the gems. And then we can even specify the data on a cluster level. All of the factions that live at this whole cluster, any mining outpost, that would be the same people, but also what commodities they sell, to find on what resource you'd find. So let's look at an example of the clusters. We have our mining cluster. Again, we can define what rules we should have. Rules, well, near a resource, just like our mining outpost, but also it needs to be on a lawful planet. We can target on a planetary scale where they would need to be. They need protection. As for the targets, well, caves, mining outposts, but even trade posts. Let's go to the other side of the spectrum. Before I do so, I forgot data. We can, on a cluster level, specify, again, what mineral commodities, but also what harvestable types you'd find are in that region. Now let's look at the other side of the spectrum, an unlawful cluster. What rules? Well, they need to be far away from any other cluster, because they want to be isolated and do their evil deeds on their own. And also on an unlawful planet, such as somewhere in the Pyros system. For the targets, outlaw outposts, crash ships, because they would shoot them down, and also ruins from just places they just completely overrun. The data on this one? You'd find specific loadouts, and they'll be using weapons that you wouldn't find any in other legal system. And these weapons will be sold at the shops in these regions. So, now that...
When do we think we'll see this? Before or after Squadron 42? Like, will we see a new system? So the way I think they'll introduce this is they won't retrofit Stanton or Pyro. They will eventually, but they won't change it. But that when they introduce a new system, Nyx or whatever that they're doing, it'll be with the new rule set. I have a feeling they already have this in a small scale in Pyro. You think it'll be after that? Yeah. I think what they'll do too is it'll be a new system. They'll introduce the procedurally generated worlds in a new system. I like the next system will be before. That's what I'm wondering, because this feels farther along than we think. And I think they'll introduce a new system, and it'll be the procedurally generated planets. I think they have enough play at the moment. That's why they scaled back this year on content and narrative. Yeah, I'm not sure. It's hard to predict. I mean, if any company is hard to predict, it's CIG. The only thing you can predict from CIG is money.
Cluster. Let's go even bigger.
You think next end of the year?
Just like our locations, we can put clusters near other clusters, and we group them together.
I feel like I want to do a giveaway based upon guesswork like that. Yeah, but then there's going to be insider knowledge somewhere.
Ranging between 10 to 15 locations each. And we group this into what we call a sector.
Well, yeah, I mean, 1.0 will come after Squadron 42. Everybody knows that. The question is they're not going to stop development of Star Citizen. And as you can see, there's stuff going on. So the question is when will these be introduced?
Sure.
Like, when will we see the first procedurally generated planet, not handcrafted planet?
Like this one, that has about 120 locations. However, on a planetary scale, we can define how many sectors we should have.
See, now this looks like a proper planet with some continents, but I don't like that the continents are bigger than the water. I like to see some planets where there's more water than continents, and again, some boats, just for fun.
With each their own data and persona. And every single one of these locations is now ready for the mission system to hook up and give you gameplay. And for you to find a bunch of places on your own.
I mean, they're definitely working on crafting and engineering and the flight model. We know that. And they kind of hinted on that German thing they did a couple weeks ago that they'll probably release crafting before base building.
And just on this side of the planet, can you guess the number? We've got about 3,042 locations.
But the thing is if they've built the procedurally generated worlds and they're giving those into the hands of the level designers, again, a large company, there's different people working on different stuff, right? And you know, somebody's doing something for task A for Squadron 42, that doesn't mean the entire company is all working on Squadron 42. There's different teams working on different stuff. So I could see some of this coming in before Squadron 42. And that's a very good point, Ice. Base building is just crafted on a larger scale. And I don't think you want to introduce base building until you have the procedurally generated worlds. Because those are all about extracting resources and stuff from the planet and things like that.
And again, this means as Starchitect, we're just able to, on a planetary scale, just define how many locations we need, what you'd find there, and to just give that full identity.
We would need space for all the bases. Yes, I think we talked about that in the base building one.
Thank you for listening. And I won't just see you in the verse, but I'll see you in a denser verse.
And that implies procedurally generated worlds, right? More worlds.
However, this was only the first phase of civilization. Let me introduce you to the stage, the person who will introduce life at these locations, Francesco Raccucci.
So, hi everybody. Benvenuti a CitizenCon.
So, ICE, they're not procedurally generated in the sense that they're dynamically procedurally generated and put into the world dynamically. They are, so today, or the planets we have today, they're handcrafted. Designer goes in, building goes here, tree goes here, rock goes here, water goes here. What they're doing now is the designers of the game, they're giving them tools to say, I want to generate a planet with this rule set. It generates the planet. Then they put that planet into the game. And then the same thing, I want to generate a base mission and some outposts. Here are the rules of that outpost, and it generates the outpost and puts it in. So it's not dynamically procedurally generated, but they're procedurally generated, then they're static when they're put into the game. So it's to help them build the world faster, not to make it a dynamically procedurally generated world. I wonder how crazy base persistence would be if they add it prior to... See, I don't think they will. I don't think they will. I think the procedurally generated stuff has to be in before base building, or the foundation of it.
So, where are we today? So my name is Francesco Raccucci, and I'm the director in CIG. Welcome to the next step of phase 3. We will look into how life adapts to the laws of nature and how all the NPCs can interact pretty much with these incredibly vast and dense worlds that we just saw.
I don't think that's true, Link. That's not true. If you think the new systems aren't going to have the procedurally generated worlds, they 100% will. The dynamically procedurally generated worlds and missions and stuffs will be in before 1.0. That's not a question.
So up to this point, we have seen how we are building the worlds. We start from the physical data set, and this is to make sure that what you see is not just beautiful and realistic, but also...
What I mean, yeah, so the word dynamic. Oh, I love Star Citizen. I think it's great. But the thing is, Sky, it's not out. Yeah, I apologize, Link. There won't be dynamically procedurally generated worlds. Yeah, I don't know how they would even do that. I know Stars Reach is doing that, but the worlds would be procedurally generated, not dynamically. I love Star Citizen, Sky. But it's not the only thing I do either.
Physically accurate.
And again, if you're playing Star Citizen, yeah, we did misunderstood. I misunderstood you. So Sky, the thing is the game's not out. So the way that I treat these alpha MMOs is I want to learn the game so that when it's released, I know how to play it. And I'm still learning so much about Star Citizen. If you treat Star Citizen like, ooh, I got to acquire this, I got to level up, I got to get more money, I think you'll absolutely get bored. Welcome in, Like Azar.
So the distribution of the elements that we have seen and the location and the POIs are influenced by geology, mission, narrative, and the lore.
Hey, Luda, welcome in.
Those locations cannot be lifeless. We want the planets to basically leverage the space that emerge with life. So from an AI perspective, I will categorize the elements of those worlds into 4 macro groups. Emergent environment, that is everything we have just seen being built out of the physical dataset. Users-made locations. So this includes everything that our designers or you players will create in the world. So something that is mankind-made and not predefined in the environment. Interior of those locations. Now, this is very connected to the previous point. The difference is that they represent usually a confined space where there is much more tight interaction. And for NPCs, is a lot about interaction with objects that we are usually used.
So a couple of things there. Yeah, I mean, that's what they're doing. Like, so it's these tools are to help them add more content more quickly. And Sky, I haven't played Stars Reach in a bit. What I'm waiting for Stars Reach is persistent playable worlds, and I can play when I want to play. I've done enough that I know where the game's going, and I probably won't jump into Stars Reach until they have 24/7 servers, and I can, if I want to play for a couple hours, I can play. I can set my streaming schedule around it. I don't want to play on just their schedule anymore, so I'm waiting for persistent 24/7 beta servers. If people just focus on 2 or 3 ships they like and enjoy playing, it can be quite good. If you're looking at collecting all the ships like Pokemon, I hope you play for the Euro Millions. When I go to some places, NPCs just wait like statues, like time stops there. Somewhere they, yeah. No, it's a matter of focus, Luda. They have their priorities of what they're working on, and the NPC interactions is not a huge priority for them just yet.
To in our everyday lives. And then day and night.
But, you know, I was telling folks, you know, I talk about some of this in the context of Stars Reach. You know, I do have 2 planets and stuff like that. So people that are interested in Stars Reach, I have 2 planets. One's going to be P versus E. One's going to be P versus P. And I'll have 14 lifetime keys to give away. But I'm not randomly giving them away. They'll only go to people that I know will play Stars Reach.
So in essence, the passage of time. That so far didn't have really a lot of impact on the gameplay. So to allow life to respect this world and conform to the rules that this environment defines, well, we want to improve our tools and workflow, and we want to distance ourselves as much as possible from a designer-driven approach. This is because, first, it's labor-intensive, it can be prone to bugs, but also because the scale of the worlds that we've just seen are very hard to be, you know, designer-driven in the markup. So we want to improve this workflow, and we will see how manual markup is also not usually the best option, because with these worlds that are heavily impacted by users and changes and customization, it's very hard to know in advance where interesting things are. So today I want to show you a couple of examples of what the AI team has been focusing on to make these systems supported and scale correctly to support these vastly dense dynamic worlds. So we'll look at perception in light and dark environments and dynamic cover generation. So attacking an outpost now must have a level of depth that goes beyond what we had. So layouts of the environment can change, vehicles may or may not be present, and PC can be anywhere. And if it's a bright day, well, we will be more visible, but our enemies will also be more visible. And if you choose to attack at nighttime, well, we'll attack in shadows. During darkness, it's going to be a bit harder to see our enemies, but we will also be harder to be spotted. And it will give us more opportunities to be stealthy and sneaky. How do we do that? So as you see, there is also a lot of different light conditions in this outpost.
Yep.
So in this scenario, we will start look at how perception is impacted by the day.
One of the things I do like about Star Citizen is their stealth play. It's not a matter of I have a magic ability to be invisible and I can walk wherever you want. There's true mechanics around stealth, right? And I do love the aspect of stealth play for this.
And night cycle. On the planetary surface, as we've seen in the outpost, natural and artificial lights are the two elements that will impact vision. And knowing that, you can use this to leverage your gameplay style to exploit basically all the environment. So what is perception? On NPC level is the combination of data that we collect out of
the question. The sad thing is, though, like right now it's hard to see someone down on the ground. And I don't think we see a lot of mods yet for Star Citizen just because it's an alpha. But eventually there'll be mods that will highlight peoples and ships for you, even though if you don't detect them with your radar, you have to visually look for them. If you have to visually see them, there'll be mods to highlight them, unfortunately. Recon engineering will boost stealth type of gameplay. That would be cool. But I do like that it's a natural stealth.
Of the senses, and vision is one of the senses, and just tries to.
It's not that I just say I'm a stealth road character and I'm just walking around wherever I want.
In a way, simulates the human side ability. So designers can already tweak the perception in different ways, and one way is defining how quickly NPCs can understand what they are seeing. And the light condition have a direct impact how quickly an NPC will fully understand, for example, if there is an hostile in front of them. And obviously, there is condition of light that designers can control, and some others, like the day-night cycle, that they can't. So in this video, we'll see two main elements. The graph on the top left and the two colorful cones. The graph on the left basically represents the current light level the NPC is in, and the current multiplier this light level generates to speed up or slow down the NPC perception and understanding. The two cones instead represents the primary and secondary FOV. The red color means that if you stand in that location, it will result in NPC reacting the slowest to you, and the green color instead represents the quickest response. So during the night, NPC will have a hard time to understand and foresee and see things, but if they have flashlights on their helmets, they can turn it on, and this will impact their primary FOV, making still the peripheral vision a bit more uncertain. And as you see here, first of all, the NPC is patrolling with his domesticated friendly copion. This is because he wants to exploit the vision, the night vision capabilities of the animal, and it's kind of our tier 0 pets. So we will now look at the cover system. That is the next dynamic things that I want to show you. So when we introduced planetary navigation mesh the first time, our goal was really to create a systems that would support and process the environment in a very dynamic way. Our planets are just way too big to statically export them and process them, first of all, and then the regions only exist when somebody's there. So much and I think it would be so difficult to have. So essentially, environment has its purpose only when life exists.
This day they didn't manage this.
Also, let's keep in mind that even if we could export dynamically and statically those planets, so processing dynamically all a static version of the planet, this would be, first of all, wasteful and on the memory side and time-consuming. And also because we have a lot of runtime modification of the terrain, this would require us to still reparse it at runtime, and pretty much that will be almost all the time. So to generate the cover data, we want to leverage the navigation mesh system. And what we do is, as you see here, the blue polygons are basically where NPCs can walk, and the green ones are what we call cover surfaces, that are our simple representation of the environment, what NPC uses to understand if they can hide behind something and if they can shoot from some positions. So up to now, we have an approach where designer would be a designer-driven approach. Designer can define in the locations where cover was interesting. They could mark it up, either the location itself or prefabs. And then with a special entity that would just sample dynamically the environment, but would still be designer-driven. This is obviously a good approach it's also a standard approach in gaming industry. But what about all those organic and inorganic elements that get scattered with a new system? Like if designers want to iterate on these ones, for example, and they want to change the physical data sets, those scattering tools will just change completely the layout. And what we want is that designers can do this change without being afraid of doing it, because the gameplay was, predefined and controlled, and now they can just make something beautiful but also fun. Besides that, yes, we did have a prefab approach where you can build stuff out of small building blocks. This is obviously a good approach because it's, in a way, you can build stuff out of smaller version, but this creates a lot of unnecessary data. Imagine a crate, and we can say that the crate can generate cover. Now we stack 100 crates. And what happens? That we have a lot of data to generate cover that we have to process, throw away. This would just waste CPU cycles for nothing. This is why, until now, you also couldn't find an NPC in a forest like this one and see them hiding behind a tree or a rock. So enabling the dynamic generation of covers on the planet allows us to exploit all the elements of the environment. Whenever navigation mesh generates, NPC can now have a chance to fight with you hiding behind available elements. Boulders, rock, walls, and are all useful elements right now. However, we don't have to limit ourselves to static.
I wonder how that calculation works if there's a bunch of players, right? So what if I have, obviously, this here, but then there's a guy on top of this rock and stuff like that. I assume it takes that into account.
Geometries, but also vehicles can be used for cover. And as you can see, this is dynamically generating while the vehicle moves. So be careful where you park your Ursa, because now it can become a source of danger for you as well. Last but not least, these systems can be just used on all the different type of navigation mesh we have. So not on the planet, but also, for example, the interiors and everything you guys construct.
And it may be from the NPC's player. So from this guy's standpoint, if he thinks the guy is over here, then this is the perception of where they think the cover is.
Because obviously you guys will build your own
general area they're at,
but you don't really mark up stuff, or you don't want to decide that, because that's going to come automatically out of the system. So I want to show you what I want to show you now is just like a little bit of insight of what goes behind the scene when we generate cover and navigation mesh. These are some of the steps that our system does. So we always start from the environment voxelization. What that means is we process the geometry, the physical representation of the geometries. That is a little bit simpler than usually the render mesh. And we construct it in a voxelized approach. This is also using different types of agent definition. Why so? Because obviously where a human can move is not the same as where a vehicle can move. So we can define different type of precisions and then speeding up the process where we have to, or be more precise where we cannot be to. And we can also create overrides based on different things. For example, if you crouch, you can enter into smaller locations than where you stand. This process is basically common between navigation mesh and cover. After that is generated, then we can evaluate the voxel in different ways. For example, defining where we can walk. So can we make the step with our foot over a specific voxel? Or is there something in front of that hole in the nav mesh so that we can actually cover behind? And then we can basically decide where to generate cover surfaces. And after the cover surfaces are generated, we can process where the cover locations are. Cover locations are a good spot for NPC to be behind the cover. So what we see here is with the introduction of Maelstrom last year, obviously we knew this would revolutionize how you guys are playing. And we did have to find a solution to handle all the destruction you get here. So you would destroy so much stuff in this world that we had to find a solution, right? Yeah. So this is why we approach the cover generation navigation mesh as it is. That's because cool. There is just no way for us to predict anything that you're doing, and we want just Maelstrom to be another trigger for word evaluation. So as you see, this is all dynamically generating.
That's cool.
And destroying anything just makes the word be reevaluated. So as you see here, we can have also lots of rules. So you can see double click here, but when things break, first they invalidate, and then when they rest, for example, we can decide when it's a good moment to regenerate, so that we also don't waste too much CPU cycles.
Yeah, it is cool.
The color that you see is mostly cover quality. So you see the light green is high cover, the dark green is low cover, and then we have the red that we introduced some time ago that is basically not really good cover, but if there is nothing better, well, it's better to be behind something than being, in open space. So let's just recap. What we want to do is finding a plan and having a good plan to approach life in this vast universe. What we want is the life to be able to systemically evaluate all the dynamic environments that is generated. We want to improve our workflow, not only to support designers and being faster, but also support all your guys' creations. So we want the life to adapt, and this is all for making the game fun for you, so that everything comes together. So thank you all. This was phase 3.
How far away it has to be
and now,
to PU.
Let's welcome Ben Parry that will introduce you guys to phase 4 of Genesis.
Sure. I mean, that's the question I was asking is when do we think we'll see some of this tech get introduced into the game?
Thank you. Hello, CitizenCon. That's not my lines. Sorry, someone's changed my lines. Welcome to Phase 4, Light and Sound. Now, we've seen already automated systems for automatically placing different biomes, different vegetation, settlements, and people. So now we're going to take the same approach to automatically handling light itself. First of all, why is this important? Well, it's not always obvious, especially when they do their jobs as well as they do. But there's an incredible amount of attention from the lighting artists that goes into all of the locations that we have in the game. Besides just marking up the reflection probe areas, they also manage the visuals really carefully, adding fill lights, approximating bounce lights off ground and up into ceilings and dark corners where there aren't any direct lights pointing, really. And the problem is, not only does this take a lot of time and really constrain the style that they're using, it's simply not possible. If you've got a planet full of forests and, what was it, 3,000 and something placed locations, you're going to be exploring places that no artist has ever visited. No, they've not looked at, and they're certainly not going to be able to have tweaked it for you. So we need something that works completely hands-off. And natural outdoor scenes are especially problematic for us. Indoors, you can put a lot of little lights around pointing from different directions, and you can probably justify it. Outdoors, you've got the sun, and you've got the sky. And if you're behind a tree, you've got the sky. And so you need that skylight to vary. Now, so this is the forest as you'd see it without the GI system. As you can see, all the shadows are receiving lighting from the same environment probe, so it's basically just a flat color across. We replace that with around 40,000 mini ray trace probes. Each of them has their own view of the sky, and so that gives you way more contrast and variation as you move in and out of the canopy. Now, there are a couple of other pieces of the puzzle that we've been working on over the last year. Now, the first is, well, all the stuff that you can't stick 40,000 mini probes onto. Anything that doesn't have an opaque surface, we can't really know where it is on the screen and track it from frame to frame. But if we don't do anything, it's going to stick out like a sore thumb. We've got fog, we've got particles, we've got the other little things, I don't know what they are. And so we need something to do with those. So to address this, we've added a kind of stable grid of medium-y kind of probes that are generated around the player as you move around. So that gives us approximately matching lighting that we can apply to all of those things. Now, this is a little bit difficult to illustrate in normal scenes, so for once I've been making my own levels. As you can see, Pico's in trouble again, but because the lighting team hasn't helped, you can't see anything in most of the scene. If you add the transparency GI system, suddenly the whole scene comes alive. And this is something that we could never have done until we added this tech. Now, the other piece of the puzzle is glossy reflections. Now, we've got a fair few shiny objects in the game, you may have noticed. And we've got the same problem that if we fix the lighting on one thing and then the reflections don't match, it's going to look terrible. Also, ray tracing reflections is really cool, and we wanted to do it. And the challenge here, though, is that the ray traced reflections you're going to do, they're not just mirrors. Like, we've got a whole range of objects in the game, from like a scuffed hull panel all the way up to chrome polished pipes.
Well, that's just it.
And we want the same system to apply globally across that.
The stuff is dynamically generated.
So I'm going to do an uncomfortably short break.
Like I said, the lightning works without a level designer having visited the place.
Down on what this tech looks like and how that comes together. So here's what we need to beat. Now, obviously, it reads as shiny, but there's this kind of fakeness to it. It kind of looks a bit like it's flying. So let's see what the ray tracing looks like. Yeah, it's really noisy. We need to clean it up. So what we do is we let pixels share their data in space. And then also in time to
it's
clear
their
up
own
the final
custom
image.
engine. So
and then we let the game's normal anti-aliasing just kind of...
Ludus, the Star engine. Isn't it based upon Cryo engine or something like that? They basically have modified it to their own needs now.
Clean up the last stuff and carries over the finish line. And that's how you make a chrome
at this
penguin.
point, it's their own engine. A chrome-plated Iblis.
Now I'm going to derail for a moment away from the topic of Genesis, because this isn't actually just about automating the lighting for new environments. This is also about pushing quality in areas that have already had all of that work done by the lighting team. We're freeing the artists up to light more naturally, allowing the time of day shifts to be embraced rather than fighting against them.
Yeah.
And as I'm about to show, players and NPCs are going to reap the same benefits as well.
Path tracing.
So here we start adding natural areas of light and shade and warm and cool colors.
Yeah.
These open areas benefit in the same way as the forest scene did, adding areas of shade and areas of open lighting. Like I mentioned, the time of day shifting leads to different ambience as the sun moves. And this is the shot that I just liked.
Yeah. Ooh,
Finally, let's see how the new GI system can brighten up your character's day.
They got an armor out. Look at that dude dancing.
And also their day as well.
Is this an in-game armor? Does this exist today? I've never seen this. That looks cool.
Whoever they are. Well, I promised you light and sound, but I don't actually know anything about sound. So here's the man who does, Graham Phillipson.
They need your shirt module. I know. They need a Hawaiian shirt in the game. Yeah, I think you can still get it in the store sub. It will exist in a monthly donation of $. Can't wait to see the alien armors coming. Yeah.
Good afternoon, CitizenCon. I've been at CIG nearly 10 years, and this is the first time I've done this. Very exciting for me. So, do you want to make some noise?
What are you going to show us?
So, sound isn't as fast as light, so it takes me a bit to catch up.
I got it.
Jared wrote that joke for me, so you can blame him. It says it right here, blame him. So now we have a huge amount of visual and interactable content. Locations, biomes, populations, planets, and systems. And now they're all beautifully lit too, thanks to them. But how do we create this world with sounds? It's a challenge. It's a challenge of scale.
This is Nick's. I have to say, every streamer I've watched, the shirts keep getting better and better. This is one of my favorite ones. When I designed this one online, it didn't look, on the digital, it didn't look as good. In person, it turned out a lot better. I really like this one. I can't wait for the alien mining ship they mentioned once. They've never brought it up again. That was the Avis armor. Okay, I think I have that then. I just haven't put it on. But I haven't seen, so it looks like from Nick's, you get to it from Pyro. Cool. So that means Nick's is probably going to be even more. So once they do this kind of stuff, the world's going to feel so much bigger, right? Because you only can go from Stanton to Pyro. Imagine you're all deep into Pyro and you want to go to Stanton. That's going to take a bit of time. That's going to take a bit. Because if there's no jump gate from Nick's to Stanton, which I'm not seeing here, right? I see a Pyro jump gate. I don't see like a Stanton jump gate, do you? Let's see Castra. I don't see anything that looks like you can get to Stanton from here. So if you're deep into here, it's going to take you a while to get back to Stanton.
We need to support multiple star systems, and it's a challenge of quality. We want the highest quality possible.
This is what I'm wearing today.
We also don't want implementation to hinder creativity, and we want a seamless experience. So we're asking a lot. But with Star Audio, we can rapidly implement audio for entity classes, brushes, or audio sweeteners, all of which can be reused and reflected immediately across the game, including all of those emergent locations we talked about earlier. So again, this is Genesis data driving what happens in-game. And we can do all this without...
Hold on, I want to see something. What is this right here? We certainly need extra systems to go mix, but could be a long journey back to Stanton. Yeah. Linear algebra, vector scale arithmetic.
Breaking flow. So here's a fairly dry video. It gets more exciting later, I promise. Showing you our rapid workflow. So over on the left, I had to think about that, we have the Wise editor, that's where all our sounds live. In the middle, we have Star Audio editor, and on your right, we have an entity that needs some insect sounds on it. So we can very quickly drag from Wise to Star Audio. We can mark up very quickly a bit of logic, and we can re-trigger this entity's spawn sound so that it immediately makes a sound. I assure that is a group of insects. Thank you, you're too kind. If you like that one, you'll like the ones that come later.
Longer general makes ships and terminals like bed, bathrooms, cook stations relevant.
But there's a little something missing. So to add some realism, sounds respond to how they move, how you move in the world and how they move relative to you. So we need to change the frequency as their velocity relative to the listener changes. This is known as the Doppler effect. In simple terms, the pitch dropping as something whizzes by. Or, in even simpler terms, Now, sound designers traditionally needed to implement their own Doppler sounds. But given how fast we can travel through these rich, dense locations, and the sheer number of them, we can't afford to be doing that any longer. So we created a systemic Doppler solution. And I'm going to show you that now, the only way I know how, by putting a big Benny noodle machine on top of a mountain. So you can hear the pitch and tempo changing as we move relative to the Benny noodle machine, and this is all fully systemic, no special treatment for this sound.
Is that what they sound like in game? I've never heard this. Now I gotta go find one to listen to. I've never heard this audio.
And I expect the noodle bar to be very busy after that commercial. So, how does it work? Well, the listener is surrounded by variable time delay buffering, not the horrible kind of buffering you get on the internet. This is a really nice kind that helps the game sound good. Each buffer represents a section of the sphere around the audio listener, and the audio is mixed into these buffers at a position that is appropriate to the object's position in the world. Changes in the position are applied to the delay buffer by interpolating the audio data. But that's not all we're doing here. Now, I know there was a bar citizen yesterday, so some of you may not be thinking as fast as you might normally, but you may have realized that by buffering the data in this way, we're not just creating a speed of sound, we are not just creating a Doppler effect, we are indeed, and I just spoiled my own line, creating a speed of sound effect.
Machine exists as an asset, but it's not functional.
Introducing systemic speed of sound to the game.
Yeah, but I know I've seen these vending machines. I just never heard this sound, so it's the sound not in there either.
Now have
thanks for the follow, Shorts. Exclamation giveaway, Shorts. There you go. I'll do it for you. Just go to my website. We got ads starting in a minute, so I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna pause, take a break, relax for a minute. In fact, I think what I'm gonna do, what I wanna do I'm gonna do it for this break, I'm gonna do a little coding actually. So the Twitch ads are starting. So what I want to do is I do want to hide the cam. Where's my cam? That's not my cam. Where's my cam? There we go. Camera only. So I'm going to add... what do I want to do? I want to add some text or something. Let's add some text. Where is text? There we go. Taking a break. Taking a break. Let's do this. Let's center it. All right, and let's center that bad boy. Align center. Align center. We're gonna throw him like that. And then I want a background. Backdrop. How do you get a personal code? So if you go to the site and you click on giveaway, if you scroll down to the bottom, it tells you where all the different codes come from. Hey Uwe, thanks for the resub. Appreciate it, appreciate it. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna make this a little bit bigger. I'm gonna make this look better in the long run, but I'm just doing something quick and dirty right now. All right, that looks good. And then on top of that, let's add an image. How about image? For the giveaway, it says enter personal code. Yeah, can you read it? Bonus entries awarded from time to time from Old Man Observer to viewers. Oh, I'm not sharing that right now. I'm working on the break thing. Here, hold on a minute. All right, we'll pause that. All right, so I'm gonna have that eventually. Yeah, right there. You can't see it. But if you go to the website, Old Man Observer, and go to giveaway and scroll down, it tells you where all the codes come from. A lot of times we do marbles and stuff like that, but you've already entered. So when you do the first two entries, you've entered, right? So when you do this, this gives you an entry, right? When you do this, this gives you an entry. And if you're a sub, that gives you an entry. You get lots of ways to get entries. For the Steam gift card, there's 4 ways. Twitch, follow, sub, and then an individual code, which I can give those away for any reason I want. A lot of times it's marbles, but it could be for any reason I want. And then the other ones for the 890 jump, they're shown throughout the stream. We got 23 seconds left. I'll work on the break thing later. All right, when we come back from the ad, then we'll continue on. 10 seconds. But you can always get an entry. You always get at least an entry for being on Twitch and for following. All right, let's do it.
Couple of minutes of video and we go through rapid fire, looking at some fantastic examples of what this brings to the game, starting with a spaceship pass by that is supported tonally by the systemic speed of sound.
Zoom.
Okay, sounds cool. What about weapon fire? So
you can
let's
show
bring in
break
a sniper.
Do you have a parrot?
And unfortunately for the sense.
Yeah, I might do something, Luda. I just don't know what. What the thing is normally if I'm playing a game, then I'll be playing these videos on top of the camera during the break. But if I'm watching the video already, I don't want to continue playing it.
Sensitive of heart, a pico. We're going to hear this first from the perspective of both, with no speed of sound effects.
Oh, he's going to shoot him.
Okay, so that's if you were at the Pico perspective there, that's how you'd hear it in game right now. Let's hear it with speed of sound enabled, and this time we're just going to listen from Pico's perspective. So Pico's down before he even hears the shot. But don't worry, he's not dead.
So I guess the bullets are flying faster than the speed of sound, which makes sense.
Okay, let's finish him off. Now he's dead. And as the voice of Pip's Power Up, I need to get some proper placement in. So there's one more example for you. Now finally, oh, not finally, we have ship weapons, so listen to the fire rate as the ship approaches the camera here, giving you a bit of a sense of threat.
It's so funny. They, you know, obviously when this showed out,
giving you a bit of a sense of threat.
You know, rewatching Citicon, you know, the Zeus was one of the ships they were selling at the time, right? And like all the video clips have the Zeuses in it.
It's not too easy to tell what's going on there, but you get an increase in fire rate. Finally, the really cool stuff, explosions. So we can put a cinematic element, a shockwave element, and a delayed speed of sound effect.
That's cool. Sound design is so important for this game. Yeah, it is.
And that's way too cool to do just once, so we're going to do it twice more from further.
I mean, just like movies, visuals, audio, and music can tremendously help in the movie along, right? Star Wars would still be fun to watch, but the, you know, the lightsaber is great, and then obviously the music is great, and it just adds. Yeah, repetitive marketing. You want it now, don't you? I mean, they all come together to make something that's good, elite.
For the distance. So again, cinematic effect first when you see it. Shockwave.
That is so
and
cool.
The explosion itself. This is all completely driven by parameters in the game, so we can do this for real whenever you drop a Moab. One more.
That is cool. Because right now, a lot of games, when something explodes, that's when you hear it, regardless of where you're at.
That's pretty cool.
Like, it just makes the noise and you just hear it.
So, the speed of sound simulation
I am playing with
gives you a
headphones
better
just to
sense
hear
of
all the
distance,
small
it
audio
improves the
details.
sense of speed, and it supports those amazing cinematic moments. So, in summary, we're trying to make the game more immersive and respond to all this Genesis data and make it feel more real. And that's not all we can do. We can make sounds respond differently to changes in atmospheric pressure and resultant changes in temperature. So, for example, the sound will travel faster in extremely hot, high-pressure environments. We really look forward to getting this in-game for you and getting you enjoying it at home. Now, that's all from Phase 4 of the Genesis cycle, Light and Sound. So I'm going to hand you back to the amazing Ben and Ali to bring us home with the final phase.
Thank you, sir.
So, as Graham says, this is going to be the final phase of Genesis, and it's called Nature's Wrath. And this is where we're going to bring the very planet itself to life. So, first off, let's start talking clouds.
Clouds.
So clouds have got an atmosphere, have got to be one of my favorite visual features of our game, and they're truly awesome, but they're also completely static. Nothing has changed with them. So what we want to bring with Genesis is the evolution of clouds over time. But this isn't just some simple scrolling animation. We use the same physical data sets that drove the biomes we talked about earlier and Starchitect, and these are also now driving a physical simulation of the clouds so they can form and dissipate in realistic conditions. So this means things like the oceans, the prevailing winds, mountain ranges, and the temperature will all impact the clouds. But to complement these more dynamic clouds, we've also improved our lighting model. So it now quickly accounts for how light scatters multiple times inside a cloud. And this is important, creates much deeper lighting, and it can contrast against the sun's rays, resulting in much more vivid cloudscapes like we see on the left here, something we're all too familiar with in Manchester.
Now, it would be awesome to bring this into context and show it on an actual location. Let's take a look at a quick scene to round this up. It's a nice day on the surface, but something's different. The clouds are moving, but they're not just moving, they're forming naturally in changing shape. They dissipate as they glide on the atmosphere based on wind data, stratus and cumulus alike. Now we start seeing the new cloud shading model come into play. We are seeing enhanced occlusion beneath the cover, emphasizing the sunbeams, how it interact with the clouds, and seeing the light shafts peer through the layers. Now, as this is closing in, we can start to see the changes in visibility of the area. Light precipitation is starting. Previously, we authored static cloud shapes, but no longer.
So do we think the storms they've introduced in 4.2 is basically using this tech? I don't see why it wouldn't be. Like, they might not have rolled everything out, but some of this stuff is just being gradually rolled out. And I think the storms is basically using some of this tech.
We didn't manually place a volume here. Its presence has been informed by Genesis data. Oh, and it's not just a cloud volume. It's a weather front. Now we're trying to see the wind picking up. Terrain and rocks are getting wet. Vegetation, grass, and the overall environment are responding to the weather. The system is changing the world around us. We can see puddles being formed dynamically in the dirt, properly responding to light, reflections, and rain droplets, making it it's getting really ominous and loud in here. I can feel the danger. I think we should let this play out in the game.
This is how this looks. You know, I haven't played 4.2 PTU yet, but this is how this looks in the PTU. It looks like this. I mean, this 100% looks like the new quest. Maybe Tier 1 weather, 4.2 looks forward to it, the lightning strike downs, yeah. So to a certain degree, this new generation stuff they're showing, I think they're just going to be rolling it out. Just rolling it out in pieces. Because this 100% looks like what's in PTU right now.
Powering up, flying out. We'll need to switch to IFR. See you on the other side.
The new location I've had an A2 bomb dropped in its head already. Thanks for the follow, Cubon. Zeus advertisement. Well, they were advertising the shit out of that thing back then, huh? I like the Zeus. I hadn't seen this video yet. That was cool. Oh, he got struck in the front.
Wow!
That was cool.
Wow!
That was cool.
Man, that's what we call the Falco maneuver to get out of there. Ali, please break this down for us. What did we just see?
Yeah, so that was a combination of lots of tech we just saw that all combined together to make a really great cohesive experience. So we started with the cloud simulation, which wasn't really a cloud simulation, it's a weather simulation. The rain will appear not at random, but it's based on physically plausible conditions, so you have real weather fronts evolving across your planet all the time. We have a host of visual effects, like the rain, and then they have the atmospheric scattering that you get under the columns of rain. We had the puddles and the splashes and all of this.
I don't know if they'll do this in this game, but in Stars Reach, if you have a muddy ground and it's been wet for quite a bit, you actually walk slower in it. Getting above the clouds will have a whole new level of motivation when storming. Yeah, absolutely.
Type of visual effects. We saw the wind developing over time, and that introduced turbulence to the flight model, making flight very challenging. And then, of course, we saw the lightning, which plays havoc with your instrumentation, but if direct strikes will damage your ship, and of course, some storms will be dangerous enough to be fatal, as Ben's unlucky Aurora just found out. And these storms will sometimes be short-lived and localized, but others will be larger and potentially permanent on some planets. And this is going to restrict access via flight. I mean, players will be forced to resort to ground vehicles or even foot. And this is all going to be dynamic, meaning that you might find yourself trapped in some really unexpected situations. So we really can't wait to use all these mechanics to open up many new gameplay opportunities for All in the Verse soon.
A wise yogi once said, "It's your job as a pilot to compensate and stay on course." All right, what have we learned today, guys? We've shown you an approach of encoding the rules of nature into planetary data. We've seen biomes emerge from geology, temperature, humidity, climate, weather, the physical terrain. We create denser, more diverse living planets without artists hand placing or manually creating biomes, instead leveraging asset mapping. We've shown you a new way to make the game that can scale to create thousands of coherent places for civilizations on planets that can be used for missions or immersion gameplay without art and design hand placing locations, leveraging world design rules instead.
Would love a proper ejection seat.
We've seen how populations of AI and NPC.
I haven't ejected, but I thought these ships had ejection seats. I've seen people eject before. I've never ejected.
Is inhabiting locations dynamically adapt their understanding of the environment without custom markup by developers, allowing the creation of more playable spaces rapidly. We've shown you how light and sound also benefit from Genesis data to influence planetary environments. And we've shown how these systems come together when weather comes into an area, changing your gameplay experience significantly.
So your body just gets shot out. You don't get like the seat comes out and then maybe a parachute or whatever. So in space it works because then you can EVA around. In atmosphere it doesn't work. Yeah, you need a seat to eject and then you need a parachute.
Our goal with Genesis and all of its systems is to create more worlds, better worlds, faster, by applying our tech wizardry and craftsmanship to build systems that respond to data. That's our Star Engine presentation for today, guys, for this year. Have a great CitizenCon. We'll see you next time.
Some moons, super lightweight gravity, you can survive ejection. Yeah. All right, cool. So let's do a marbles. That was a long one. Almost every atmosphere will kill you. Let's do another one of marbles. Let's get away some more codes. Let's bring them over. All right, where is the buttons over here? I can't see it. There we go, back. Buttons in my way. Move. Race. Let's do random. Okay, I don't think I've ever done this one. Let's do this one. We'll give folks a chance to get in. Top 3 as usual. I won't hit the start button just yet. I'll give it a minute. Yep, we need rockets to land safely. Parachute wouldn't work well on some of these moons with no atmosphere. You need a jetpack. Looks like we got a bunch of people paying attention. We'll go ahead and start the counter. That was cool. I mean, of the 3 presentations, the first 2 to me were really, really cool just because of what they did. But, you know, you can see at the same time this stuff is going to be neat. Jetpack would be cool, yeah. So I don't know if this is one of these difficult maps or what. What we got going on here? Ooh, is it all straight away? Is it nothing but a pipe? Huh. Interesting. Well, wait till the escape pods work and people are launching themselves planet side. Yeah. I like the Halo, like when the aliens would land onto a planet, those things would strike down, boom, and then they'd come out of their little pod there. All right, 1 minute. 1 minute to get in. This one looks pretty straightforward. Attack Cat always up front. Namrock with his gold. What we got here? Another car. Attack Cat, you're not the only car anymore. We got Texas Horny Toad. We got Rufus's spaceship. We got Nin's Hamburglar. Oh, we got a helicopter here. Look at that. All right, 20 seconds. I got a helicopter. Hold on. Yeah, we just saw it. Was that you? Yeah, that was you. Hella marble. All right. And they're off. Who's got an early lead here? Super Clops. Strads and Namrog. Zoom. This is going to be a fast map. It's just a big long straightaway. You got Gaming taking the lead. Attack Cat coming on strong. Yeah, what happens when you're early, you get hit by this stuff, and then the people behind you can kind of fall through easier. So you're almost guaranteed to not be the first one out, because you get slowed down. Super Clops. He way ahead. Look at him. Super Clock with the big lead. It was that car that inspired me to get the special marble. Look at Super Clops, man, just dominating. Hayden coming in, Texas Horny Toad. One more obstacle super. Oh, Commander Najib coming on. Oh, there goes Absolute. Super Clops with a dominating win. Yeah, I don't think anybody's catching him. Although he has slowed down right here. Oh, wait. Oh, there goes Hayden. Coming on a little too fast. Man, Super slow at the end, but he's got it. All right, we got Spike, Texas Horny Toad, Mayhem, Commander Nib-G. Who's going to come out? We got 2 more codes up to give. Looks like Texas Horny Toad's getting there. And Commander Nabjeeb. Commander, I never win any codes, Nabjeeb. Like, everybody's falling off. Alright, we got our top 3. Start heading these codes out. Who came in first? Superclops did. And then came in second. Texas Horny Toad. There he is. Got his. And then Commander Najib always says he never wins. Alright, let's see, where's Commander? There he is. Alright, we're gonna jump in the burst for a little bit at least. Completely unexpected. Move us over here. We'll play a little bit of Star Citizen. We might watch the next video too a little bit later to see how Star Citizen's going. So let's get that loaded up. Any update to PTU? Yeah, let's go ahead and update that in case I hop in. Let's get him updated. Alright, why are you not updating? Let me kill that. Reload it. Why is that not updating? Was it Control Alt Shift R? Alright, I gotta relog in. Move that over to here. Robert Space Industries. Alright. Remember me, sign in. I gotta activate. Let me grab my code. Alright, activation code. Key. Main computer. 1 year. Look, it didn't even think I have the game. Oh, I guess I need to do verify. Stuck in the darkest wells with dodgy internet. Great stream though when it works. PTU is 1 frame an hour. Yeah, that's why I've been staying away from the PTU. It just looks like it's buggy as all got. Normally I'd have already been in the PTU and checked out the weather and stuff, but it doesn't look like fun. At least to me. Well, we can start watching the next one. So while this is verifying, let's just start watching the next one. So this is what I had lined up. After this, I had this one lined up.
Friends, that's your closest group. Can you hear me? 1, 2. All right, cool. Okay, so in the Star Engine presentation, that was Benoit. In this one, I am Balt, my player persona. I will now channel my inner Jared in this one, and I will be your host for this panel. Woo! It's time to discuss a social universe, but before we start, I have a couple warnings.
Did that not
First
play?
one, let's take a look at this one. I took this in our last technical preview.
Why is that not playing? Actions, action Q. I don't know why I didn't play. Let me change that real quick. That's one of my favorite ones too. Platform, mud. Let's change the cooldown to 15 seconds. There we go. And there it goes.
Now, aren't you a little big to be playing in the fucking mud?
I don't know if I didn't play and I just missed it or what.
Demonstration. And God, I was so happy to see all these people on the train. It just made me like very, very emotional. And so I want to take a moment to thank every one of you that have participated with Tech Preview Server Meshing Test A, B, C, D, and E so far. You guys have been thousands to come and help us test this technology. And the team and I are really humbled and we feel energized by your energy. So on our behalf, thank you very much. Now, the above picture is really nice, other than this guy, but it does present a problem. A fundamental part of playing a massively multiplayer online game is how you connect with other players.
Yes.
To join in on adventures, or to receive support when you want to get out of a tricky situation, or you want to participate in endeavors that are bigger than yourself, or simply you want to run a business and make a profit.
That too.
Well, as our game server shards grow, you will encounter more players, and for that, we need to scale Star Citizen's social tools to MMO size. Our ambition has always been to build a grand social system, including not only the game, but the world outside, like on Spectrum. Unfortunately, the focus has been elsewhere for a long time. We have neglected this side of the game in favor of others. For example, the Comlink app is by far the oldest application in Mobiglass. It's now time to correct this and make...
Now this is the real question. When do we think we'll see this type of stuff?
Progress on this plan. Our goal, as a reminder, in Star Citizen is to cater to all types of players. Star Citizen in that respect is not a black or white. It's not an either-or kind of game. We are not an achievers versus casuals game. We are not a socializers versus solo players game. We are not a role players versus mechanics focused game, or dare I say, we are not a PvE versus PvP game. We are all of those things. We strive to build a social environment in the game that is easy to engage with, consistent and dependable, and trustworthy, where you can judge danger, safety, or shadiness.
Okay.
And we want this to be deeply rooted in gameplay mechanics, like reputation and progression. So today we're going to take a look at the updated...
I think this will be sooner rather than later gaming. The reason why is I think this is pretty independent. They're going to have different people working on this.
Star Citizen's social tools and how they tie into the game. But first, look at this guy. A warning. What we're going to show you is very early work. And we will not be making a revolution or breaking boundaries. We just want to bring our game up to MMO standards. Or like Jared likes to say, bringing our 30th century game into the 21st century. And so in order to do this, we've enlisted some help. First of all, throughout this presentation, all the screenshots are made from you, the community, directly pulled from our community hub. You're going to see some player names on screen. Most of them are all of our most die-hard Evocati members. And for this, we should really take a moment and thank our Evocati members for their renewed support. They're always there for us. They get the worst and worst of the builds, and they do get power through. This is an actual shot from the last Evocati. Forget the prisoner mentioned here from the work mines. And so, I'm not going to lie. This presentation is going to be a lot of Mobiglass. It's not super flashy, but focus on what the tools will allow you to do and their impact. But for this, I need some help myself. So I'm going to make a party, and I'm going to get some developers to help. So let me first invite our senior systems designer, Gabriel Hector.
Gabriel is joining the party.
Hello, CitizenCon. Hope you're doing all right. And Ben, you forgot to cover the Swedish before in your earlier introduction, so tjena.
Ah, nice. All right, we need some more. Let's invite Assistant Design Director, JJ, to the stage.
My spot's quite far away.
Yeah, no, you walk it up. Walk out. Okay, so Social Universe begins with your friends. That's your closest group. It's the first go-to when you want to play. Our current friend system is dated, and it includes things that are, well, not really friends. So my first question goes off to JJ to kick us off. What are we doing to improve friends and friends management?
So, we're taking our oldest app in the mobiGlas, the Comlink app, and we're upgrading it to a...
One of the reasons I think we might see this before Squadron 42 is, again, I've always said they have one opportunity to convert Squadron 42 purchases, and people enjoy that game, into Star Citizen players that may buy ships. And I do believe they want the Star Citizen experience to be of a certain quality. Because of that, they have one shot, literally one shot. And I think this is key to those people enjoying the experience.
Brand new social app. And this is now going to be your one-stop shop for all of your friends and group gameplay. Now, this is the new and improved friends list. So you'll notice, sadly, one of our oldest friends that we all have is missing, though, and that's ATC. Sadly, our friendship has ended with ATC.
What? I'll have no friends at
I mean, sometimes that's the only way I get it to work, so hopefully there's still some way to manually call ATC.
all, then.
So this is now just a dedicated space for your real friends. So you're now going to be able to see what those real friends are doing with richer
you can see where they're at too.
So giving you.
So you can block people, you can add friends, you can see where they're at, you can call them.
Better awareness of where your friends are, what they're doing, or if they're not on, when they were last seen. And then you'll also be able to reflect your own status, so you can let friends know if you're away, don't want to be disturbed, or if you just want to hide offline for a while. Another key upgrade is synchronizing with Spectrum as well. So you'll be able to see friends that are in Spectrum itself, Arena Commander, or just chilling on the launcher. And that also means that you can accept and receive invites to and from Spectrum even while you're offline. And throughout this presentation, any functionality that is shared between the game and the web and the launcher, we're aiming to synchronize across all. And speaking of synchronizing, when we have multiple characters, your friends will be shared across all of them too.
Nice. So some people are real socialites. I know, I've seen them. They have a lot of friends. I'm talking multiple pages and pages of friends. What are we doing to help management of huge friends list?
Nice humble brag, Ben. Well, in fact, we are giving you the ability to add notes to your friends list so you can remember, hey, this is that cosplayer that I met at CitizenCon 2954. Or maybe it's JJ's super weird username. This is JJ. Also, you can add people to a favorites list, meaning that the people that you interact with most in the game are always going to be shown at the top of your friends list for your convenience. Additionally, we're moving the voice chat into the social app. And, well, why? Who are you going to call? That's the question. You're going to call your friends. You're going to call your party. So this is where it should live.
Seem to have got a lot of UEC there as well, Ben.
I swear to God, I didn't dupe any cargo. This is just my personal allowance.
Yeah,
sure.
All right, so that's all cool for your close buddies, but the one thing that always happens when you meet people is that some of them aren't nice. Abusers, pad rammers, active griefers, you know? Currently, we can't do anything about that in the game. What are we doing to help the situation?
So, in addition to the friends list, we're also now going to have a block list. And we like to think of block people as reverse friends. They're just people that you really don't want to talk to anymore. So what we're trying to do is we're doing something called
thanks for the cheer, old man.
Communications. So you can't see them talk, and they can't see you talk anymore.
Welcome in, welcome in. Thanks for the cheer. I think community is one of the biggest things going for this game. I mean, for MMOs, community is everything. I mean, once you don't have any kind of community, the game becomes not fun. Because that's why people play MMOs.
Only for communications, whenever you see some of these other systems we're about to talk about where you can group up, we're going to make it harder for you to see each other as well. Now, we also have a much requested hostiles list for people who have made a real enemy of you as well.
But at the same time, if you just don't want to see their chat messages and stuff, you can at least block them. You just don't want to hear them. You can't do anything in terms of stopping their messaging.
The KOS list is finally making its way in.
Oh yeah.
Kill on site list.
You'll also be able to add notes here as well, just so you can remember that person I blocked 2 years ago. You remember why, because you're going to forget. And then for those situations where someone really wants to go...
Shoot without warning. Yeah, usually if somebody's going to shoot you, they're not going to warn you. Sometimes you might.
The extra mile to be a super mega ass. You can report them to us, and we'll deal with them for you.
All right, so now I have my friends list up to date. I can find my friends easily based on rich presence in real time, and I'm ready to go on an adventure. But for that, I need a party. The party is at the core of the social experience when you're heading into a mission, meeting with other players, or whether they're friend or not. Our party system is very bare bones at the moment. It does have some cool features, but what are we planning to improve parties?
Yeah, so as you said, it does have some cool features like party launching, the party markers, quantum syncing. It's all good stuff, but let's take a closer look at the new features.
So what is this? We got a heart, we got a skull, and we got an exclamation point. So does that mean he's dead? His health is okay, and I'm not too sure what the exclamation point might be.
Of the party list.
So this is a party. So what is this? Is this like a sub-party? Because he's got a crown, he's got a crown. I assume this is the party leader.
So, with server meshing, we are right now at a unique opportunity for us. So we already support large parties, but we want to do this well. We have been seeing what you do in the tech previews, and people have been partying up in hundreds.
100+ people in one ship? Come on.
And that's all right.
You could put 100 in the
We just want to make sure
interest.
that we're adding better support for this, like search functionality, making it easy to find people in your party. Also, just like we did with the friends list, we're adding rich presence here as well. But for the party, you're going to want more real-time gameplay-related info, like if someone's downed or dead or maybe
that must
offline.
be what that is. So this must be dead, this must be down.
For some reason. A big thing, though, is the ship and seat breakdown.
I like that. Look at that. So that's what this is. That's cool. So this is the party leader. This is the pilot for the ship.
So you will see. Yeah, maybe that's
pretty neat.
So, you will see all the vehicles that your party members are in, as well as the seat that they are in. This will give you great situational awareness and allows you to coordinate better than ever before. I
wonder if it'll say what room they're in. Like on the address, it would be good to know if they're in med bay or in the briefing room or whatever. It should be more than just sheet. It should be location.
Essentially a mini fleet manager.
Okay. Oh. So there's going to be more improvements as well. So you're going to be able to control permission for invites. So only your leaders and assistant leaders can actually invite people. So it's no longer an absolute free-for-all. And we're adding an absolute MMO staple as well, which is the ready check. So as we add more and more challenging group gameplay, you're going to be able to coordinate a lot better. And while we're talking about group play, and maybe it's unwanted group play in this case, we're improving the quality of life for our streamers as well. So we'll no longer have a shard player list. We're going to be obscuring things like your on-screen name.
What, a shard player list? Okay, cool. So you can't go and see someone's on a shard.
and location and so on, just so you're a bit harder to find while you are streaming. And that's the full friends and party tab.
Pretty cool.
It's a party for the eyes.
What would be cool is if I had an app or I was at Spectrum and I could see the same stuff. So what would be cool is for me to hit F2, bring up the Moby glass or F1, and this stuff is kind of blurred unless I wanted to show it, but then I could bring up an app, a companion app on another computer or an iPad or whatever, and it gives me the real information. I don't think we've ever seen this. Is this new? No, this is all Citicon from last year. It's not new. This was 2954 Citicon.
It's a party for the eyes. All right, so the new Friends and Party place is really the one-stop shop to manage all your real-time interactions with other players or access your comms channel. That's cool, but as we navigate the verse, it's always very difficult to find people. We have a single channel. People are blasting, looking for groups. It's a bit awkward. You never know what you're going to find. With bigger shards, I know I'm the bigger shards guy now, but we're going to have a lot more players in there. There must be a better way.
Yeah.
Well,
there must be a better way.
We have given this some thought. So, the second tab in the social app, introducing the Party Finder.
Alright, so gameplay, priority event, role needed, contract, max members, known players, orgs and friends. That's cool. So they're already in a group. Not too sure what the diamond means. Match and party. Oh, this is a group forming. Locations in Loreville. They want to do Xenothreat. They have 5 currently, 8 max, and they got 9 pending. They have 3 ships that have applied. So what is the party? What does this symbol mean? What does that symbol mean?
So, the Party Finder, it's a dynamic system that's going to make it easy for you to find interesting and engaging gameplay. It's basically player-powered matchmaking. So, if you are looking for more players, just go in here, advertise your party, give it an informative name like Ben has done here.
Space Combat Fun Times.
And you could even set things like a specific contract that you want to play.
I haven't seen this before,
or
for sure.
roles that you're looking to fill. Maybe you need gunners, engineers.
An API for app developers to be able to live show event and functions like ship buttons on a separate smartphone or tablet would evolve the UX. Yeah, definitely. Like even like the knowing what missions are available, like the hauling ones, and then be able to parse through that and determine a best route of missions to pick up and stuff.
There's pilots,
meat shields,
maybe that. You could also limit the number of members. You might want to do some, again, specific content. So you want to do with a set number of members in the party, or you might want a tight-knit group. That's something that I would like very much. Maybe you just don't want to split the contract rewards, right? So once you have that
you know, it's one thing to do this in World of Warcraft. Given the P versus P nature of this game, how often are you going to randomly accept people into your party? I just think the P versus P nature of this game changes how this works.
Information, then it's time to list your party.
And then people are going to be applying to join your group, which is kind of like a reverse invite. You're applying to the party, you're joining yourself, you're getting involved.
You're the reverse guy today.
I'm stuck in one gear.
But I guess too, over time, if you got some guys just joining groups and then wrecking havoc, you put them on the block list and he can't apply anymore. And so eventually you just build up a list. Definitely could see an issue with it, but I think I'm thinking about it over time. You know, people will get known and they'll just be blocked, and then they won't join groups.
So you can then request, the people that are requesting, you can then look at their information and you decide on whether or not you want to accept or reject them, just so you can tailor your group to the kind of gameplay that you're trying to do. Then, on the other side, finding a party should be easy too. So all of those super cool things that Gabriel just mentioned, so like setting your group name, roles needed, party size, and so on, you're going to be able to use those as filters to find the right group. And this is all purely because we want you to find the kind of group gameplay that you want to engage in. And it's for all types of players. FPS combat, racing, beacons, role play, eating burgers at Whammers, finding cool vistas.
I didn't get into the
It should always be easy to
game
find
for P
action,
versus
things to
P,
do,
more for the P
and people
versus
to
E
play
and other
with.
gameplay, except that it's needed though.
So I can create a party from a couple.
You know, I'm not very good at P versus P, but I see where the P versus P elements of this game just takes it to a whole nother level. It just needs it. Everything's not implemented. They don't have proper security where they're supposed to. We saw in one of the presentations either Thursday or Monday where there's supposed to be rapid forces. Depending upon the security level of the area, you're going to have police come in and help handle the situation.
Couple friends, I can party launch into the game on the same shard. Then I can share my party with the party finder. And other people will want to join up.
I'm thinking Griefers using this list to locate groups and where they want to go as a group, basically like a radar for bandits to find prey. Yeah. But I mean, if you're doing something, you're going to start out like at Orison. So it's going to say Orison, and then after your group is filled up, it's not going to say where you're actually going. I definitely think the P versus P nature of this game changes. It's not quite like World of Warcraft, right? World of Warcraft's different. And unless it's a P versus P server, and I've been curious to see how well, P versus P, you can only do it against a different the different class, what do they call it, the Horde and the Alliance. This is anybody can shoot anybody.
Now we're talking. But I'm curious, as we're going to get bigger shards, let's say that already, how will we improve communication? It's very much of a mess right now. Our chat's very bare bones, and voice comms, we never really know if they work.
Refine this when they implement it.
Let's chat about chats.
They'll have to refine it.
So, we're adding options for you to customize the chat window, giving you the power to make the chat your own.
Us old people like that.
We're also adding chat tabs.
We're bringing back tabs.
We're bringing them back from other games. And this means...
Yes, combat log. I would love to be able to parse this bad boy.
That you can set up customizable...
Honestly, all this stuff should be text stuff that I could just parse and do whatever I want with.
...views, filtered for any area of the game that you are interested in. And Ben, you had a UI team make a little mock-up of some of the other functionality.
Us young
adding,
people
right?
love it too.
I sure did. I also got them to add the combat log in.
That's sweet. How kind of you. So, first off, as we can see here, we're making slash commands actually useful. So no longer just chicken dancing and flexing.
You think they'll allow
it's going
mods?
to be able to help you send messages to party,
At least UI mods.
to proximity chats with say and /DL commands, as well as sending DMs to other players. What the hell, Ben? You said you were
I mean, those are basic MMO functionality right there.
Sure. So, another thing we're adding is that we're giving you the power to share information more easily via links. So, first off, here we have contract links, taking you to the contract manager for that specific contract.
Cheesecake!
Yes, cheesecake.
Yeah, cheesecake is maybe better than Xenofret. Also, we are adding star map links. Let's have a look at what that looks like.
Star map links.
This means that you can click the link and it will take you to the exact location in the star map, making it easy for you to group up. Another thing we're adding is item links, and well, you'll see why you want to link items in our Crafting Your Home presentation tomorrow.
That will be nice.
Lastly, we're adding player links to make it easy for you to connect your friends with one another, right? So while we're talking about comms, Sean just messaged us about FOIP. Do you want to invite him to the party?
I sure can, Gabe. We do need an expert to discuss VoIP and FOIP anyway. So you guys give us some air, remember hot mics, and let's invite Sean, Master of Faces Tracy, to join the party.
Hey, Ben.
Hey.
How you doing?
I'm good.
Hello, everyone. Good to see you all here. So, I've come up to talk a little bit about FOIP and VoIP. So it's a bit of the communication channels beyond just text chat, right? All right, so FOIP and VoIP are our systems in-game. VoIP, Voice over Internet Protocol, and FOIP, which I termed way back in 2019, Face over Internet Protocol. So VoIP gives us spatialized audio where you can hear and be heard within the universe. Whether you've got a helmet on, you've got a different filter. If you're far away, you can hear that they're far away. But we added Face to that way back in 2019. Hey, so it's cool because you can place video calls, you can speak and see each other speak in the game, and you can take fun selfies like this. So again, I mentioned, it's back in 2019, so it's been in for a little while, but it hasn't really been updated so much since then. So the cool part about it, and I really got to mention, it's not a replacement for motion capture equipment. It's not a depth camera. It uses pretty much anybody's 2D-based web camera to track your face. So it can do great things, but it's got its limitations as well. What's kind of cool about it is that...
Wait a minute. Oh, there was an address preventing people from landing near the event.
FOIP and VoIP are actually coupled. They're encoded and decoded together on the network super efficiently so that it's always in sync. And anybody that's worked on facial animation with audio data knows that sync is super important.
So what did he do? Did he just use admin abilities and removed it? Or did he bring his own ship and just blew it up? Like, did he bring a javelin and just blow it up or something?
So it's been used in expected ways and unexpected ways by the community. Let's have a look.
This is Wallace Klim.
Klim? What is it?
Seems someone's on our case. One of our Ninedales facilities was sacked last night. Total loss. The bunker was destroyed.
He just said he was taking care of it.
This isn't what they said it would be.
Sounds like it just used his
Subject is crossed the perimeter.
Most people don't associate ladies like us with salvage, do they, Shell? That's right, Mel. In fact, we're the best in the whole system at salvage, aren't we, Mel? That's right, Shell. And you look like you get about a bit.
I'll do it. You need a break.
What? No. You're up there in what? Your underwear just drinking hooch or something and just singing away?
Wait, we have hooch? Hi, I'm Natronics, and you're watching Redline, your source for adventurous stories throughout the verse.
The name's Brad. Agent Davina Brad.
Excuse me, Captain? I'm Aaron Baxter.
We topped off yet, Aaron Baxter?
Just about, sir.
Good. I don't want to spend another second on
it. Something we have in common, sir.
Hey. Yeah.
It was that day when I met...
I like it's a matter of time before you start seeing like movies and skits and stuff like Red vs. Blue being done in Star Citizen.
Mr. President, that my life changed for the better.
Eat that apple.
Apples.
You were never supposed to know any of this, Detective. You were supposed to die at Safe Haven.
Rachel.
Rachel's dead.
Hey man, I'm back again. You have any hats? Oh dude, I read the cap. What are you looking at, sir? Go away.
Yeah.
So that was all content made by the community, and I love it. I love it. I think it's awesome, bugs and all. But there's probably some improvements that we can make for that. So one of the big ones that we've made is head rotation tracking. It's actually...
All right, so we got Twitch ads going. I'm gonna take a quick break while the ads are rolling, and I'll be right back. Looks like we got another minute in Twitch ads. I wonder right now, can I use the face VoIP while I'm streaming, or do I need a separate camera for that? Because a lot of times once one app is using it, then another app can't. I need to test that. I need to test that. See what happens. I don't want to do it while I'm streaming, because it might break the camera for OBS. But I need to test that. All right, 19 seconds. What we got here? Another, not too much longer. Five seconds, 4 seconds, 3, 2, 1. All right, welcome back from the ads.
Something we were already doing to do head tracking in first person, but we never could move the head around on the actual character itself, which we've been able to do. Some cool stuff like range of Jared?
Yeah, Sean?
Can we just, let's just do a fake video call. Can we do a fake video call?
Oh, you know we can do a fake video call, Sean.
All right, cool. So let's call one of my guys, Oliver Cook. He's been working on some new tracking updates.
Hey Sean, and a big hello to everybody at Sitcom. How's it going?
Hey Ollie, it's great to see you. Everyone's having a great time. I see you're using FOIP. Where are you?
Drive. That's correct. I'm sat here in the comfort of my own home, talking to you via the power of FOIP and my webcam. We've been working on FOIP recently, and we're starting to see some improvements to the quality of the tracking in-game.
That sounds awesome. Can you tell everyone what you've done to improve it?
Well, we started off by looking at what we originally had, and we realized that some mouth poses were really difficult to pull. So we focused on improving the range of motion of the mouth, which now looks like this. Hopefully, you can see there's more of a...
Yeah, if you ever watch Expat, yeah, she does. If you watch her, the mouth expressions right now, they're weird sometimes. Like when she smiles, it goes, it looks really weird.
One-to-one relationship with what's going on in my webcam. And this has helped some of those problematic poses we were seeing before. One of which being a closed-lipped smile, which was quite difficult to achieve previously. We've also started to add in secondary motions that happen naturally when pulling combination face shapes, like squinting in the eyes when smiling or frowning. And when we combine these secondary motions with the wrinkle maps, it really goes to show just how much work has gone into these heads. Let's see how many wrinkle maps we can trigger, huh? And finally, one other thing we noticed was the tracking quality could be quite noisy in environments where the lighting is less than ideal. So to combat this, we've introduced tracking stabilization, which helps to reduce the amount of noise we get from the webcam.
Very good.
We're seeing positive results in low light conditions, but we're also seeing a small quality boost in optimal lighting conditions. The result...
If I could do a stream, so I know Expat does this, right? But she doesn't, if she's not looking at her character, then you can't see her facial expressions. What I'd love to be able to do is have a virtual camera exposed out of Star Citizen that is your character, that then I could then use as a virtual avatar, right? So if you saw me in game, you would see those expressions, and I could use it as my overlay character for the streaming. They need to expose it as a virtual camera.
This is a more expressive and stable face, which is great for using in-game or making videos in the verse. And we still have a little ways to go with FOIP, but the future is bright for this feature, and we can't wait to see what wonderful things you use it for in the verse.
So, I see you in the character creator. Let's change how you look.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's change up my appearance here a little bit and see what we can make. The super cool thing about the character customizer is that it continues to track my face even when editing. And this is great if you want to see what FOIP will look like on your character before you commit to your appearance.
Yep.
Let's start off by changing my hairstyle, shall we? We have a bunch of cool hairstyles to pick from, and I used to have pretty long hair back in the day. So let's try and find something longer than I currently have. Okay, that's wild. Not quite what I'm looking for, but what else do we have?
Yeah, but hair doesn't really impact.
Super cool.
FOIP much.
Not what I'm after, though.
It's about the face. Changing the face is what matters.
There we go. Much better. The fun thing here is with the head tracking, it's much easier to rotate around.
Oh, they absolutely need Hawaiian shirts.
Let's stick with that for now. That looks good to me.
I should submit an issue council report for the lack of Hawaiian shirts and mark it as unplayable.
We can do the same for anything else in the customizer, but I'm going to go ahead and remove my beard here, because I want to show you that FOIP still works when changing the structure and characteristics of my actual face. We have a lot of heads in our customizer, and I'm just going to cycle through a few of them here to show you that whatever we choose, we're still tracking and we're good to go. We can even start to manipulate individual aspects of the face, with no detriment to the mapping onto the head. FOIP won't break when you combine these heads together. So if you just want to tweak a small aspect of your character, or take on the likeness of one of the heads included, you can do so, and test out exactly how the tracking is going to look based on your face movements in the webcam. You can now see I'm someone totally different, and we're having no troubles tracking. And if I don't like what I've picked, I can always just randomize here, which I think is a great way of not only showing the countless combinations of heads that we can make, but also that FOIP will continue to work with anything that we throw at it. I think I'm looking pretty good here, Sean. What do you think?
Yeah, good.
You can, Smelly. If you enable your cam in Star Citizen today, it'll try to make your character match as close as you are. Oh, and you can save your character. Smelly, I haven't created my character in a long time. I just load up from my saved versions of them.
I think it's pretty unique to Star Citizen. Thanks a lot for showing
You can save your characters.
Anytime. And I hope everybody has an awesome sitcom. See you later.
Hey, no problem.
It's pretty cool.
All right, that's great, Sean. But the reliability of our voice transmission has been a bit spotty, with many players reporting quality loss or even full audio loss. What are we doing to improve the overall infrastructure behind VoIP and FOIP?
Well, first of all, we've heard you. We know. We've tried it. And it sometimes works and sometimes doesn't work. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be updating the voice service and a total overhaul of the voice server. This is actually important, and we need to do this anyways, because we have to update the voice infrastructure for the much larger shards that are coming. So this is going to improve reliability and the voice quality. So one of the biggest things that we're going to be doing for you guys is to make sure that you have feedback in the game for when this is working and when this is not working. When you're transmitting, when you're receiving, you really have to know. So whether that's picture-in-picture, whether that's an icon telling you you're transmitting, these are all going to be things that we're adding as we go forward with these features.
A lot of the roleplay people gaming, they want to use the VoIP and the VoIP to play the game because it's just extremely immersive, right? And the voice is proximity. You know, if you're on a comm channel, that's one thing, but if you're just walking up to someone, the closer you get, the louder it is.
Cool. Good stuff.
What? Am I done?
Can we get Gabe back on?
Yeah, let's get Gabe back in here.
Hey.
Okay, there's room for 4.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people on stage now.
It's a bit crowded, right?
Can we kick Sean?
Yeah, we can.
I think we should kick Sean. Bye, Sean.
Certainly do it.
Bye, Sean.
Bye, Sean.
Yeah. Right now, I prefer Discord just because it's reliable. The in-game voice isn't.
All right, now we've made some friends, we've joined parties, and we even kicked some people. That's super great. But what if you're new to the game?
Ben, behind you.
Oh! The guide system. So we've introduced the guide system on the web a while ago, and this allowed new players and experienced players to match up, basically for a new player to get training and learning the ropes. Wait, are we bringing it in the game?
Yeah, of course we are.
That's cool. That's cool.
So, ultimately, we want to encourage you all to help one another. And
hold on, what do we got here? General basics, general advance, vehicle combat, FPS, racing, salvaging. I still haven't done racing because the racing missions haven't been put back in yet, have they? Trading, refueling, medical, touring, base building, and mining. And there's more. There's more. That scrolls down.
Very important for a game as large and as complex as Star Citizen is. And while we're improving how we teach you the game, it's irreplaceable to have another player by your side showing you the ropes. So we want to keep the guide types from the website because there's already a lot of good ones there, and they already.
Except for there's always, what keystroke do I do to do this? He goes, I don't know, I'm on sticks, and the new player goes, well, I'm on keyboard.
For a very wide variety of gameplay, and as we add more game systems, more guide types are going to get added too. And base building's a great example of that, which is a little teaser there for tomorrow.
Look at that.
No teaser.
Initiate construction and complete 20 buildings. Damn, that's a lot of buildings. Construct a large construction hub. I cannot wait for this. It's going to be so cool. I mean, it's going to be great.
Oh, yeah. But now, how do you become a guide? So now there's going to be a list of requirements that you've got to meet. And this list will require you doing content like contracts, beacons, or many other things as well. And ultimately,
construct 3 bases on 3 different planets.
Once you've checked that list.
So not only can, you know, we feel like the land may not be enough for the number of people playing the game, they can have bases in multiple planets. That is a good question. Is there going to be enough room for everybody?
You can then opt in to become a guide. And really, we've done this because we wanted becoming a guide to really mean something, both to yourself, to other players, so they can rely on your experience. But why become a guide? Out of the goodness of your own hearts?
No.
You want to get paid. Some of you love to help, and a lot of you already are. But while I don't have time to get into specifics today, there are going to be rewards available for those of you that do put the effort in.
Because we like to get paid.
We do like to get paid.
That'd be cool.
But ultimately, we want you to want to help.
All right. So I've been doing a lot of guide stuff, and I've reached a guide level in the field that I like doing.
Is the way to do it because it's very difficult. No amount of hand-holding really helps in Star Citizen. Like in terms of like tax explanations and stuff, it's just so complex. And encouraging players to help other players and giving them a reward, you know, just is a great idea.
Tons of content on. Or I'm a new player and I need training in a key area.
It's the same way I feel any MMO. I think any MMO should, from the ground up, allow the ability to players to create their own quests, like using in-game mechanics. The reason why I say that, you look at any game that has a good modding system like Skyrim, the replayability and the content then goes through the roof. So if I can create my own quest, like step 1, go to here, gather this, deliver it there, and it's built into the game, you have infinite content. You have infinite content.
How does this all tie together? Let me answer my own question. It ties into beacons, trust, and rating
I'm surprised
systems.
there isn't more people
or as
that
we
do that,
say
more
internally,
MMOs that do that.
beacons, but actually good. Yeah. So beacons have been in the game for a while, but we are juicing them up.
Yeah, so let's look at how.
In the other game where it calls builds, the builds always calls massive FPS drops, ties in with the amount of categories it already does it. Yeah, and I think it was somewhat with the procedural generation stuff, old man, in that they're doing optimizations so that you don't have as much. So like, I think they were talking about converting it to one mesh. So that's why you can't randomly create any kind of building. They have prefab buildings that you put together, and then that helps them optimize what they deliver to the client.
We're juicing them up. So first off,
But it happened with PAX Day because people would build all these structures and there'd be so many items, and it caused a lot of lags. But then they ended up just, you know, optimizing it. There's tons of ways to optimize it. If you can't see something, you don't show it and stuff like that. What we got here? Guide beacon, service beacons. Paid by Interstellar 15/5/20.
Tying into the guide stuff, we're adding a new type of beacon. So guide beacons. It means that if you are a guide, you'll be able to respond to them. If you need a guide, you broadcast them. And if you need a guide, you can be certain that whoever responds to them knows their stuff. So this is obviously good for new players needing to learn the game, but even seasoned players like yourselves, you're gonna have a great use for this because there's always something new to learn in the verse.
Exactly. I mean, I'm still learning stuff. So you just post your question, you broadcast it out, the guides get alerted, they can accept it, contact you, and once you have the information you need, you take the beacon down, get out there, and use your newfound knowledge. Yeah.
So obviously there's many different types of guide beacons here, but we're also adding more categories to service beacons.
Now all this beacon stuff sounds fine, but let's be honest. I have a friend, not me, but every time they use a beacon, they get ganked.
Yeah.
How are we gonna do that? What are we gonna do to make sure that whoever is answering my call for help is trustworthy?
Are you sure that's your friend and not you? Yeah, okay. So we've got a few ways of tackling this, and one of them is actually subsidizing the beacons. So guilds contribute rewards to the payouts on service beacons, and we'll get to guilds shortly. But that could be money, reputation, or potentially other rewards as well.
Because we like getting paid.
And ultimately, that keeps the cost down for the people that need help, but rewards the people that are helping.
Yeah.
And this actually finally makes it viable to do beacons for whatever profession you like to do. Medics, refuelers, and repairers, just to name a few. But if you misbehave and you fail the beacon, there's no payout for you. So that's one incentive. The other is that we're adding a proficiency rating. Responders can earn that rating by successfully completing service beacons. You go from bronze up to gold, which indicates your level of experience and success.
See you later, man.
And only the top few will be able to earn platinum status, which essentially puts you on a leaderboard and marks you as one of the best playing in your region.
But I mean, is it not just not going to be farmed? I mean, how do you not get your buddy to die, do a beacon, you pick it up, he dies again, you do a medical beacon, he picks you up, he dies again, you do a medical beacon, he picks you up. Hopefully the ratings are distributed across players, and like the first time I rate someone, it's good. The second time, it's a small percentage or no rating at all. You can only rate them once.
So when broadcasting, responders offer to help, and you'll see their rating. Then you'll get to pick who you want to help you out. Then let's say you're not very good, or you like to misbehave a lot. Failing a beacon will result in losing rating, and then repeat offenders will enter the red zone.
The bald zone.
And then only really desperate people are going to take you on. We're making the system much more robust to the point of automatically determining success or failure. So we're putting a lot of focus on making the system difficult to exploit as well, in the many different ways that it can be right now.
Yeah.
So criminal types, like you, Benoit, will have to get much more creative.
So yeah, that's all great from the beacon broadcaster's perspective, right?
This is cool.
Pretty cool stuff. But they're not the only ones getting ganked. The beacon responders, they're also in a bad position. So what are we doing for the beacon responders? Well, we want to give you some idea of the risk you're putting yourself into by responding to the beacon. So we're adding trust rating. So if we look at this person who's looking for some help to repair here, well, you can see their last 5 recent beacons that they've broadcasted. They have 2 neutral ones. Something's gone wrong, but it wasn't necessarily bad or illegal. Then they have a red one. That's bad.
Thanks for letting me join your stream. Gotta go. I see you later.
But they have also been successful with 2 beacons. So, well, at least you can assess the situation before going into it. It ensures your safety when doing a good deed. And yeah, I think that's it for beacons. So
this looks great, man.
Well, we've got one more big thing I guess we need to talk about, right? Which we're really excited for.
Oh, yeah. Look at that. That is exciting. I like this one.
Did someone mess with the slides?
In Sweden, we call this a double barrel.
Well, it's not time for lunch just yet. So, who would like to talk about player organization?
There we go.
That's all right.
It sounds like we've got a few people in orgs in the house today. But Benoit, you talked about this a while ago, right?
It's been 84 years. So I was originally asked to outline the original ideas behind how organizations would work in the very early days of the project. A younger Ben, big ideas, same ideas, now action. You have no idea how happy I am that we're finally tackling this task and this design in the game to truly give you all the tools you need to make your empire in SC. There are more than 70,000 organizations registered on the RSI website. 69,999 of them of decent size, and then test. Ridiculous.
Too big.
But all of those have custom identities, logos, charter. The amount of creative and high-quality content you guys have always produced has always amazed us and inspired us. Those orgs range from a small group of friends with just the name to large companies spanning a large amount of players with the intent to share wealth, missions, and campaigns together. Now we want to make those orgs matter in the game.
70K org.
Should you choose to join or create an organization, we want this social aspect to be part of your progression. But don't let me spoil it. Let's get a real designer to cover this stuff. JJ, you are a self-proclaimed big MMO player yourself, so why don't you give us the details?
I didn't realize I went around self-proclaiming so much, but thank you.
I mean, what that means is they've sold at least 70,000 individual game packages. Which obviously they probably sold a lot more than that.
But as an MMO player, I understand that different terminology is used in a lot of different games. So I just wanted to very quickly go over how we're using it in Star Citizen.
Can't find a single good one.
So orgs, as many of you know, the players coming together to achieve a goal. Whatever you want your goal.
Let me tell you why my org is great. We don't do anything.
To be. We give you the framework and you set it up and drive it forward. And we were going to shout a few of them out, but I was actually told we couldn't play favorites, so we actually made our own. So we've got the Fellowship of JJ, and
we have our own branding. Here, hold on, man. We don't do anything. We got our own branding here. Hold on, man. Aloha and Away Logistics. Get T-shirt. Thing. You can get a coffee mug. I use these coffee mugs. I love these coffee mugs. What am I doing? I'm using... Which am I using? I'm using this one right now. There you go. Yep. And honestly, I could create thousands of products. These are just ones I throw in there with some logos.
And the bolts fall.
Industry oriented, but French. Yeah, I don't speak French. I used to. I took French in 7th grade, and at that time I could talk a little bit, but that was a long time ago. All I remember is parlez-vous français, comme ci, comme ça, and oui.
Buccaneers.
Those
what?
Guys.
You guys made your own orgs?
Yeah, we kind of left you out. Sorry about that, James.
We also have NPC factions, and they're already in the game.
That only counts
and
with the
you can
starter
earn or
package.
lose
That's
reputation with them. Now contracts and doing nice things will earn you rep, and killing and stealing and all of that horrible stuff you love, Ben.
You like my French accent?
Ling and Red Wind and the ones that you can see on there are just a few examples, and there's going to be a lot more to come going forward. Now, there are also guilds, like the Interstellar Transport Guild. And these are essentially collections of several factions, and we're putting them in a position to be more prevalent.
What? You're saying there's something bigger than factions?
Oh yeah. So they're going to be something you interact with a lot, and they essentially handle contracts for the factions. But you will earn rep with both still, but as the bigger entity, the guild will be much more important. And you'll find out a lot more about guilds tomorrow at the Stars My Destination presentation at the end of tomorrow.
Again, a tease.
But now we can dive into some of our new org systems.
Yes. Let's start with the basics. I want to find or I want to recruit for an org.
Yeah, so welcome to the new app for everything orgs.
There we go.
Jeez, with the mask.
So, orgs can be big and complex, and as we said, some of them have thousands of members. So when we designed the app, well, we made sure that we took this into account, but it's also something that we can expand on moving forward. So,
really curious when they start implement the org app, that would be mandatory. What would be mandatory?
Let's have a look at it.
Now, I'd like to point out that the Fellowship of JJ, like every designer-based org, is
have to go, start loading to return home. Thanks for the stream. No problem, Smelly.
Really focused on things like progression gameplay and mission and crafting and leveling up. But my Bolt's Fault Buccaneers, no, they're the real deal. Now, we don't do any of that stuff. Now, we're in it for profit, interdiction lines, shipboarding action. We get all that sweet cargo for free.
For free? That sounds pretty illegal, Ben.
I don't know what you're talking about.
What's in those crates?
Slam!
Anyway,
I've never seen a crate of slam in a game.
It sounds like you guys might be interested in joining some big orgs. Well, I prefer something smaller. So I think it's fair to say that we like playing in different ways and will want to join different orgs. The recruitment tab is the place to find them. So, we're giving you the tools to promote your org to potential members in order to give a best first impression to them.
I've just noticed that, Ben. You might want to have a word with Rich. It looks like...
What?
Like he doesn't want you.
No way. I'll have a speak with him.
Anyway, yes. So, we're adding filters for when you're basically trying to find a home. And we want to cater to all types of players, because we're a massive game, right? And orgs are combining tons of different gameplay in tons of different ways. So you can search by name if there's an infamous org you've encountered out there in the verse or online. You can search by size. So if you're after a big and active org like me, or a small and more close-knit org like Gabriel. Then you can also search by the gameplay focuses you enjoy. So maybe you love trading and PvP, or maybe you like events like the Daymar Rally. Safe? Yeah. So I guess you'd end up searching for, say, social and racing, maybe?
What if I love committing crime and roleplay, asking for a friend?
Also, I've got to do the presentation. Anyway, you can search for whatever you like, and if it's not there, why not just create it yourself?
So, we'll
implement things like the org app, help the social side of this game because its face is very neglected. Yeah, it's really missing currently, and hope this will limit the number of players going rampage for. Yeah, and I really think this is. One, I don't think this is a technical challenge to implement. And I think you're going to see a lot of the social stuff. I think it's going to be before Squadron 42. Because, again, like I've always said, they have just one chance of releasing Squadron 42 and converting those to Star Citizen players. And I think the social aspects are things that people expect in an MMO. And so I think this has to come in before before Squadron 42. Or they're really missing out on the opportunity of enhancing the new player experience.
I need to join multiple orgs back in 2014. I can still do that, right?
Oh yeah. So we're keeping it supported, and we're actually doing the Star Citizen thing, and we're going one bigger.
Exactly.
One bigger.
So we're giving you an additional one to join when we actually bring it into the game too. And we wanted to keep it because we've all played games where it's far too limited. Like one org per character just isn't enough for a game this size.
Yeah. And here you get an
idea
of
you can
what
join
the full
multiple
screen
orgs.
will look like. It's going to be your one-stop shop for joining or finding players for your org. So let's have a look.
And because, you know, I've played a lot of MMOs, and a lot of them you can only join one org. And so I like the ability to join more than one org. It's different. And it's a very big turnoff for me personally, organizations that require you to only be in that org. Like, you're taking away an aspect of this game that's unique to other MMOs.
Look at the core functions and features to look forward to in the rest of the app. This is the summary tab.
I only have issues with the guild alignment is that you have orgs that were targeting more than one route, and the orgs are already thinking of splitting the org into multiple orgs so that each one will join the branches. Yeah. We'll have to see where that ends up.
On here, you can select one of your orgs that you're in on the left-hand side, and you'll see, well, a summary, a lot of at-a-glance information.
Like the Krakens.
So we'll introduce some of these one at a time. So first off, announcements and org information. Simple stuff. You use them how you want to. Also, we're adding an events log. So in here, you'll get a summary.
But I think you could probably do more than one alignment or a general alignment or something too, Jeremy.
Of important events within the org and changes to org statuses or settings. In short, these things, well, it's a big burst, and it's easy to miss cool things that happen in your org. And these features will help you stay on top of the day-to-day life.
That's my personal opinion, but I'd like to see the social side of the game being developed as well for easier communication and interaction of players, and then maybe there would be less shooting for... Well, I think that's what all these tools are for, Han. I mean, that's what these are intended to help do. You know, ratings for people responding to beacons, block list, better VoIP and VoIP and stuff like that.
Of being an org member.
They're here.
Okay, we're also adding an events calendar.
That's
so,
cool.
By default... So by default, it's going to be populated with our in-game events, so you never miss a thing. But more importantly, you'll obviously be able to add your own as well. So you'll never miss another meetup to get together for group content.
Fly fishing.
It's tough to get everyone on at the same time, right? So use this for your Convoy Tuesdays, Casual Fridays, holding hands in Horizon Saturdays, whatever you want.
Getting crushed by the Buccaneers on Monday.
That's Gabriel's favorite.
It is my favorite.
Remember that it is our intent that all the features we're looking at here are available on Spectrum as well, allowing you to access this info even if you're not in the game. This applies to parties, comms, friends, and all other functions. So, I can join multiple orgs, like the Buccaneers, the Corvette Club, or the Slam Truckers. But how will others see me in the verse if I have multiple choices? Surely I need to pick a banner.
So, that's covered by something new called representing. And it's actually quite similar to the existing affiliation main status system on the website. So if you're in...
Yeah, Jeremy, I think that's where the bases and the space stations will be. I really think they need permissions on ships. Especially bigger ships. I mean, Javelin, the Bingo. It can't be just one account has to be logged on.
Multiple orgs, you choose which one you want to represent, but you can only represent one at a time. Now, there are ongoing benefits for being in orgs, which we'll get to in a minute, but you choosing who you represent asks which one you want to benefit from at any given time. But why? Well, we wanted to support players who like to play with different groups of friends. But
yeah, I think even CIG knows their UI is not very good.
But we didn't want players who are just in one to be at a major disadvantage to those that are in the full
Welcome
six.
in, Darth.
Because really, joining multiple orgs should be your choice and not feel like it's a necessity.
And there's no need for you to switch which org you're representing to see things like this Moby screen or org chat. But we want to put limitations on how often you can switch.
I mean, that's what I would do, Major. You see I got my other account? I would just keep my other account on 24/7 for some of these ships.
Avoid exploiting the systems. And we don't want to punish anyone who's, playing by the rules. And a big part of representing is visualizing it in-world. We want you to be able to fly your banner for your org. So we're adding another MMO staple to the game. Tags.
The star map, yeah.
So the org leader will be able to set a tag for the org.
That's cool.
And this gets appended to the name while you're representing. So you can easily see who is...
So they made that one change. So where now instead of the player's name, it's the ship ID. And you have to scan them to see the player name. So will it be org and ship ID? Or will it just be... I'm assuming it's going to be ship ID. And after you scan, then you'll see what org they're in.
In which
along
org
with the name.
At a glance. So we'll have it in chats, in world, and if you're not interested in this stuff, well, you have the option to...
Are they going to add this finally? Because it's so hard to know who somebody is in this game.
Turn it off as well.
How novel! we'll be able to identify people around us.
Yes.
JJ, I'm curious. You mentioned guilds before, and I'm guessing they fit into this somehow.
Yes, so you may have spotted a few references on the UI to alignment earlier, but what is it? So, it's your opportunity to form a relationship between org and in-game guild. Now, just as you in personal rep with the guilds, you can with your org now as well. So your org leaders pick which one you want to align with, and while representing org members doing specific action, like contracts with them.
Well, I mean, it depends, Dar. So, like, for me, the problem, like, with cargo hauling, for example, is there's so many, there's no filter option. And so if they just had a filter or a search option, then the UI wouldn't matter as much. I think it's more about the ability to get to what you're doing.
Will increase the org's alignment.
So they still need to add that kind of stuff.
With the guild. But which guild should you pick? So all of our guilds are going to have a specific theme and associated gameplay. And you can basically pick the one that matches your theme.
But they can add that to the
most.
Moby-Glass.
So a combat-focused org, like the Fellowship, might want to align with themselves with the Mercenary Guild. Or one that enjoys making cash through trading and hauling. They'd probably want to align
I want to hear this
with the.
Hold on.
So a combat-focused org, you can basically. All of our guilds are going to have a specific theme and associated gameplay. And you can basically pick the one that matches your theme or benefits your org the most. So a combat-focused org, like the Fellowship, might want to align with themselves with the Mercenary Guild. Or one that enjoys making cash through trading and hauling. They'd probably want to align with the Interstellar Transport Guild.
Yeah.
So the question is, can I align to more than one guild? I love his UI looks and presentation, but so bad at the end when they implement it. Less 3D, different contrast. Yeah. So the question is can I align to more than one guild? Because like I said, you're a larger org and you got haulers and combat. Are we going to have to break up these large orgs into smaller mini orgs that are associated with each other?
So how do these benefits work? Well, as your alignment...
And I wonder if they want to purposely break up these large orgs.
With a guild, it races, as it races, you both unlock new benefits from that guild, as well as improve your previously unlocked benefits. So, for example,
Because if you're going to only align to one guild, and I want to focus on cargo hauling, I don't want to go to a large general purpose guild. I want to go to one that's focused on cargo hauling.
I align my org with the Academy of Science Guild, we might get research speed improvements. As my org performs contracts for this guild, alignment raises, and that speed benefit gets better. And needless to say, other guilds will have other types of benefits. Finally, on guild alignment, you are not locked in forever. You can switch at any time. However, that will put your alignment back at 0, so it's a big choice.
So every member gets full benefits?
Well, not necessarily. We're also introducing loyalty. So it's similar to the org's alignment with a guild, but this represents your relationship to the org you're in.
Yeah.
Anything you do that benefits the org.
But if they gave us a large page-sized Moby, we would not be fiddling with embedded scroll wheels or room at the top of filters. It would pop up as a real window, breaking the immersion. I mean, I disagree, Wookie. I mean, regardless that it's a Moby glass or a window, it's the data on that. It doesn't matter. It's the UI elements itself. It's not that it's a Moby glass. Hey, Neo.
While you are representing it.
Welcome in, Neo.
Will gain you loyalty with. So, for example, you could be doing missions for the org-aligned guild, or you could be depositing money and materials into org storage.
Org storage?
Another tease.
Ooh.
Ultimately, we wanted to encourage long-term membership because we don't think you should just be able to join a well-established org and then just get everything instantly for no effort. So to put it simply, having low loyalty limits what you gain from the org's alignment benefits, and having high loyalty gives you full access.
I mean, they might have, but I don't know, Jeremy. I haven't seen that in the presentations I've watched.
We also wanted org leadership to be able to view members' current loyalty and use it as a tool to reward appropriately with things like ranks and permissions. And then loyalty resets to 0 when you leave an org, so there's some incentive for sticking around.
I like the emote.
Wait, does that mean I lose my loyalty if I change my representation away?
No, so not.
I was watching, there was another streamer, gosh, what was his name? And his, you know, webcam that he had was the Millennium Falcon, and he had Chewie there with him, but instead of Han Solo, it was his guy, so it looked like he was in the ship with Chewbacca. It was so cool.
Not representing puts your contributions or ongoing benefits on hold. So when you start representing again, you essentially just pick up where you left off.
But what if I leave the org?
Gosh, who was
that? It's not very loyal, so it resets.
Right. Well, so, you know, in my org, my Buccaneers, they're mostly scoundrels, and so they tend to join and leave, and, you know, it's not very loyal in general.
To them.
Larger orgs, they tend to be a pain to manage, though. With the flow of joiners and leavers, do we have any tools to have managers like me?
Well, let's have a look at the Members tab. So this is less complex than the previous tabs, but it's equally important. This is where you see the community of your org and your place in it. So in here, you'll be able to manage members, you can leave notes, and see the ranks of members. And as we did with the friends list and the party list, we're adding rich presence in here as well. This is the rank panel. It gives you a clear indication where you sit within the community. And you'll see permissions on here, but that's something that we'll delve more into at a later date. For now, I'll just say that the leader might be able to determine permissions for each rank, and well, it could be things like inviting new members or accessing org storage.
Stop teasing us with org storage, God!
Come on.
All right, hold on, I gotta show this. This guy here.
Hog is no bueno.
Is that not cool?
Did you come in on Sigillion's raid? That not cool? That's one of my favorites.
I like that, so cool.
I'm really into the cool droids.
This guy here, so this is Captain Poodoo. Captain Poodoo.
Love me K2S.
And something cool. Is that not neat? I had to do that. Let me get a shout out.
Oh, I saw something.
Shout
there it
out
is.
DPT.
The hell up there. How in the heck? I can't get it down.
That is so cool. No, I'll add them to my shout out list too. Yeah, I know how to do that. Add groups inside and throw say distinctive messages. Hold on, I gotta add Captain Poodoo to my shout out list here, if he ever comes by. So I got a little CSV file here for custom mockups, and we're gonna add him to this list. CPT underscore Poodoo. Save that. There we go. Damn, now I need an OBS goal. I love that name too.
So, all right. So, org.
I want a life-size Chewie sitting next to me, moving around. Yeah, it's very creative. I saw that and I was like, man, that's really cool.
Form and friendship and animosities build up. Maybe my Buccaneers and the Fellowship of JJ don't really see eye to eye most of the time. Would be great for this to translate in game.
Wouldn't be hard. I would just have a video playing in the background that looped through, and then that would be in a box, and then I'd put my webcam guy on top of it.
It would, wouldn't it?
And you could probably do a few layers. You could do the cockpit panel on the top, then the webcam, and then the video animation in the back. It'd be 3 layers.
So yeah, it's a good job we got a cover.
Yeah, he did work on it.
With our new alliances and rivalry system. So,
but I'm just saying that's basically what I would do.
Create alliances and go to.
I would screenshot the cockpit part that would be in front of my avatar, and then I'd have my webcam, and then the video animation. I mean, I have a green screen. Yeah, you're gonna involve a green screen. I mean, anytime you do any of that stuff, a green screen's in play. That's what I'm trying to say. It'd be cockpit, the webcam, and then the video.
The war. And there are many reasons to make
friends. Like right now, I have a green screen.
You might want to have trading partners, or you might want to group up for protection if you're playing somewhere like Pyro. And at the same time, there are probably going to be many reasons why you won't get along. Maybe an org keeps attacking or stealing from you. Alliance is forming an agreement between two org leaders, and it has to be mutual. You can't force someone to be friends.
Unlike real life.
Requests are sent from the screen if you have permission, and you could respond here as well. And as a bonus, allied orgs are going to have additional lines of communication, like Alliance chat, or being able to share Alliance events on the calendar, just to name a few.
So, rivalry, that isn't a mutual agreement. If someone decides you're their rival, well, tough luck. However, you could reach a mutual agreement to make a truce, putting you back at neutral. And there's no real benefit to having rivals, so we want to make them easy to identify. That's why alliances and rivalries tie directly into hostility indicators. So just like now, you'll be able to see neutral contacts in white and party members show up in blue.
That's nice.
Whereas your org wingmen will come in a dark green and your allied orgs in a paler green.
That's nice.
Your rivals will show up in red.
Or people in your kill list.
The kill list. People on your kill list that we mentioned before.
So the question is, though, since they've gone to the ship IDs, will they require scanning to have that? Like, will somebody show up as white? Once I scan them and know who they are, then they turn red if they're on my kill list. It seems to conflict a little bit with what they've done with the ship names.
Or will also show up in red or orange. If you're not, well, they're not legal to attack. That's the go straight to jail card if you kill them here. So we'll be adding accessibility options for this stuff as well, to make sure that everybody can benefit from these updates.
So, that's everything for orgs today, but it's just the tip of the social iceberg. And we didn't have time to show you everything, but there's lots more to show in the future. And we're super excited because we finally get to deliver it.
Yeah. Now, what have we learned? We're upgrading Star Citizen social tools to MMO size. With a new social app in the MobiGlass, proper tools to manage parties with rich presence, ready check, and ship information. Richer chat with the niceties normally present in every game. A new party finder, a system that allows you to find players to play with. Revamp beacons and guide system powered by rating and proficiency. On orgs, we're bringing orgs in the game.
Yay.
We're obviously with a new orgs app, but also alignment. So you align your org with a guild and get benefits for your members, representations, which identifies you in the verse and gives you benefits, and loyalty to your orgs, and alliances and rivalry to identify friend from foe. And now, we're going to leave you with a short video to end on because we couldn't show everything we're working on. But what would it look like in the unlikely event where our two powerhouse orgs came together as one?
And my org, right?
Yeah, it's a little teaser for tomorrow's crafting your home presentation and what you can build together as an org, and teasing something else coming in the future. Have a great CitizenCon, guys. See you there.
See ya.
Cool. A couple good videos today. Let's do another marbles. People like the secret code. Is that what popped up? I didn't see it. I don't really see when the codes pop up. I don't see them because I'm looking at my screen. They were cheering for the secret code. I agree. All right, let's do another random. Have we done this one? Yeah, we haven't done this one either. So let's do this one. Let's do it. Yeah, all the people started clapping when it appeared. That's so funny. Timing was perfect, huh? Uh-oh. All right, let's go ahead and start the timer. Let's take a look at this map. What we got going on here? Got some gears. Ooh. Welcome in, Trey. Or Chip, that's Chip. Trey should pop up here too. And there it is. Yeah, it's got some gears going on. So are you in Gear College or Gear... Oh, look at this wall. This is interesting. How do you get up this wall? I'll have to watch that. 1 minute. Looks like a ball murder machine. So it looks like everybody's gonna fall down here, kind of fall through there. Welcome in, Cactus. Whiskey Delta Fox. WDF. What's Paglis about now? Sport. You got boat. Look at the boat. Look at Paglis boat. Look at this. Marble motors. Well, isn't that just cute? I like this. That's so cool. All right, 5 seconds. And they're off. People on Dory's got a good start. Nen's got a good start. 6 is doing well. Oh, Namrock dropping right down. Let's see who comes out here first. I think that was a Twitch drop chest. Cool. I need to make sure I have drops enabled. I should. Cactus, Namrock, 6, Dory. So I think some people might die here. Let's see. There goes Cactus. He made it. I think most people probably make it. So what do? Just go up it? Yeah. Or not? Yeah. Commander MG, man, look at that. You could not be more farther back. Cactus Tout. Namrock. Hudson Hawk, 6. Liquid, Greg. Yuri. If you come down the bottom, you're gonna get this boost. Whoever can make it through this bottom will get a boost. Alright, we got it tightly bunched up here. Cactus is still in the lead. There he goes. Zoom. Ah, but he hit a thing. 6. Oh, he hit a thing too. Alright, still bunched up. Well, if someone's going first, I might not even finish. Uh-oh, there goes Yuri. There goes Whiskey. 6 has got a lead. See, can he hold it? Can he hold it? Yeah. Whoa. Liquid in 6. Her and Hudson. We lost. Oh, Cactus came back down. Oh, what a stealth. Stole it. He got launched in the air and dropped right in front of him. What a steal. Look, Cactus, 6, and Liquid. What a steal. That was funny. All right, let's find Cactus here. There he is. Coming in at the last minute. Yeah, let's see here. 6 was second? Yeah. And Liquid was third. Texas Horny Toe bringing up the rear. What a steal. All right, move him out of the way. And 4 hours and 5 minutes in, we play some Star Citizen. Push me out to 4th to 3rd with that jump. Pagla got knocked out. That's funny. I hadn't seen a steal like that in a while. I've seen it before, just haven't seen one recently. All right, let's finally play some Star Citizen. We're going to continue to set up the Phoenix. Oh, we got ad start, so let's be perfect. While we're loading in and doing all that, the ads will be going. Talking on mute. So I'm gonna let I'm just loading into the game, so the Twitch ads are going. So I'm just gonna continue to kind of go through the load. Yeah, see, there's the video source. So I've never done this because I didn't want to mess up my OBS setup. Like, I didn't want it to take control of the camera and then OBS can't do it, but I'm going to test to see if it works. Because you can use this when creating your character, and then you can also use this for the VoIP. Yeah, we're in Port Tresla. That's where we last landed up. So I need to get... So we've got ads starting here in a minute. So I'm just going to be loading in. I'm not going to be doing much of anything. Just be getting out of the hab and all that. Won't do much of stuff. Security increased ahead of Invictus Week. Invictus Week is over. Oh, we got server FPS of 11. That's not good. Might hop over to an Australia server just to see if the server FPS is better. Because I'm at Port Tresla. I'm not anywhere crazy. How many people are on the server? 100 people on this server, 581 on the shard. I'm going to see what... I just want to see if I can get a different server here. Let's do Australia. All right, let's see what we got here. Do we have a server yet? No, we don't have a server yet. We'll grab it in just a minute. Guild scavenger hunts. Like, it'd be cool to be able to build scavenger hunts and have people look for stuff. And it's all supported by in-game tools. Celebrate the Guild's ongoing support of the UE Navy. Those attending this year Invictus to search the halls of Discovery. I didn't even go to Area 18 at all this year. Didn't go once. And, you know, most of the ships I already have seen. Any of the new ships I just grabbed. Alright, what we got here? Server FPS, little better. 63 people on the server. I'm gonna see if I can get a different US server now. I'm just curious to see if it gives me a new one. Oh, good gracious. Becky! Welcome in, welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, welcome in. Hope you had a good stream. I hope you had many things you blew up. Chrome, welcome, welcome. Hello, friend. How goes it? It's going well, man. I've been catching up on Citicon videos. I'm working on a new version of this video using the new VO3 from Google. It's getting even better. In fact, I could probably show you one. Thanks for the follow, and I cannot pronounce that. I have no idea how to say that. See if I can get a preview of the VO3. Let me see if I can find that. Thanks for the follow, Daz. Where are my generated models? Thanks for the follow, Vex. Did I sign in with my business account? I can't remember where I did these videos. I'll have to find it. I'm working on a better video of it. It looks really, really cool, though. Well, I looked at the end of the marbles race that I just missed. Wi-Fi, what a comeback. Yes, it was a big comeback. We're doing a giveaway, too. So for all you Raiders, we're giving away $230 worth of Steam gift cards. And we are also giving away an 890 jump. Exclamation giveaway. I can put that in chat. But yeah, I've been watching, catching up on the CitizenCon videos because I didn't really watch them when they came out. I watched a little bit of some other streamers watch CitizenCon, so I didn't watch them end to end. And then on top of that, I was so new to Star Citizen that a lot of the content just went over my head. And it's been nice. We've been going through, so I've watched 4 videos so far. Watched one on Monday, watched one on Thursday, and I've watched 2 today. There's some cool stuff, man. If they implement some of those things, it's going to be great. So this server's crappy. I'm not going to stay on it. It's less than 10 FPS. Yeah, I understand, Becky. Thanks for the raid. Sorry, I had a cough there. So I'm just gonna go back to. Thanks for the follow, Swizzles. For life. Oh, you know what? If this one isn't any good, I'm just gonna see if I can join on somebody that's got like not a lot of people. That's what I should have done. I don't know why I didn't try that to begin with. Just join on somebody. So what I'm doing is I've been updating the Constellation Phoenix for general gameplay as a daily driver. Last session we upgraded power plant shields, things like this, and then we did a couple combat missions. I didn't change the guns, and then today I want to change the guns and then do the same combat missions just to see if they feel any better. So this Australia one is a little better. There's only 59 people on this particular server. The shard's 461. Let me see if I can find somebody that doesn't have a lot of people. Well, one more time. This is the last time. It's the last one. Really just trying to make sure I get a good server. Hey, Fiber. Alright, let's see. Arcane. 541. 588. 302. 473. Liquid. Ooh, look at Liquid. Liquid with the good server. Why is my queue not moving? Is this why? Because nobody can get in? My position's not changing at all. Hey, Fiber. Come on, let me in. I want in. I want on Liquid server. One of the advantages of having a lot of people on your friends list is you can probably find somebody that's on a good server. Oh, come on, you can do it. So I'm definitely changing shards. It's taking a little bit to get in. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Here's my co-streamer. Kitty, you gonna play? She just woke up, a little tired there. All right, we're getting in. She likes to lay up on my computer. That's Bailey. She's getting pretty old. What are you about? Yeah, you're about 16 now. Don't you jump down my laptop. Yeah. I think there's a reason he only had 100 people on his server. So do I need an Alt F for this? Try that again. Yeah, that's why you had 101 people on the server. Yeah. Well, I think I joined on Liquid server and there was only 101 people, and I think that's why. So sometimes you can have a few people on a server for two reasons. It's a shard. It's fairly new, so it hasn't really ramped up yet, or it's having problems and people are jumping off of it or can't connect to it. I'm getting greedy. I'm trying to find a good stable server, right? And I've already been into the game a couple of times here. Didn't like the server FPS, so I'm just trying to find me a better server. All right, one more time. Who is under Liquid? 584. I think Expat had the best server. Yeah, let's join Expat server. She had like 300. Yeah, let's get hers. They need maintenance after Invictus for sure. Yeah. Yeah, it just seems like every server's FPS is no good. We're not going to find a stable server into the new patches PU, I guess. We'll see what this one's like. Are we connected yet? No, not yet. Not got a server yet. Or don't have the server data. There we go. 26 people. I like it. Yeah, this is an EU server. Server FPS says 30. And to me, I'd rather have a high server FPS than necessarily a low ping. I mean, low ping's good, but if the server ain't keeping up with nothing, that's when you're going to see the shit jumping around. Alright, so what we got here? Yeah, server FPS 30, 26 people on the server, 292 in the shard. That's a good one. Port Tressler. So we're taking the Phoenix out. We've been working on the Phoenix. A lot of cool stuff, man. It's like watching all those Silicon videos. It's like, you know, I didn't really watch them end to end, and there's just so much stuff there. And even if you already seen it, you know, I've had people come into the chat. It's like, I didn't notice this the first time and stuff. Like, so much there. So one of the things I don't like to do is pull the ship up that I'm going to use. I like to get my hangar up and then pull the ship that I want. Let's grab, can I grab a large ship? All right, what do I want to grab? A large ship, but not too large. How about, what can we pull up? We can pull up a C2. Yeah, but I might save that. We could grab a Caterpillar. Hey, thanks for the alert, Darth. Let's grab a Caterpillar here. Now, why do I have 3 Caterpillars at Orison? Alright, let's pull him up. This will give us a hangar. Come on.
Your vehicle has been
there we go.
To the
now we got a large hangar. I don't like to go down into my hangar right away. I like to give it a minute for the ship to come up. So we run around like a chicken with his head cut off. Look for any bottles to pick up. Any trash? Any trash? How are you? Nice shirt. Idris P. Got his Idris P shirt. How do I open the overlay on the top right? Tilde to bring up the console. And then you type in R_display info. And then 0 turns it off, and then 1 is a small amount of data, 2 is a larger amount of data, and 3 is the most amount of data. Any number at 3 or more will bring up the full amount of data. So you can do like 1, and then there's less data, right? And then if you do 3, it provides just a little bit more data. It's more row. At least that's how it used to be. It doesn't look like it changed any. Let's try this again. It looks the same now. So it used to provide different information. I'm not seeing any difference. That looked like that might be another roll there. I don't need to overlay anymore anyway. I don't generally like it up. Gets in my way. What you doing, kitties? Yep, give me a high server FPS over a low ping any day of the week. Server FPS is everything. Alright, let's bring our Phoenix up. That's what our daily driver is. Should be the same number. RSI, RSI, RSI. There you are. And here he is. We're doing the Emerald.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
Now, I got to figure out what I'm putting on them. Right? So, what do we say? Attritions? And where do we get those? Is it Grim Hex? Lorville? Oh, that's right. I gotta go to Lorville. Oh my god. So painful. Yep, we gotta go to Lorville, don't we? HD Showcase. Okay. So painful. Gonna make me go to Lorville. Alright. Let's get our food and drink up. the transit system in Lorville I just hate. I find it so confusing. I'm sure if I played there and made it my home base, I would learn it, but I hate it. Now let's grab another drink. Get that all taken care of. All right, rock and roll. Let's do that. And get our helmet back on. And there she is, the Emerald Phoenix. We have an Ursa in there too. Our spawn should still be there, and it should still be the same ship. It says HD. Hold on, this is what I had last time. Why do I have a new ship? Hold on, it was 6099. And it's either 7446 or it's, what was the other one? That one must be the Ursa. Let's get in and make sure we know which ship we're in. Robert Space Industries. It's such a cool ship. The only thing it's missing is a medical bed. Personally, I think the 600i should have a go pass. Oh shit, didn't mean to do that. Don't blow anything up. And should have a medical bed. I think the 600i not having a medical bed's a travesty. If the 600i had a medical bed and a proper cargo grid, it would 100% be my daily driver. 100%. Alright, let's turn it on. Alright, so where is our ship number? I think it's right there-ish. Zoom in. It's either on this side or the other side right there. Where is the ship name? 609 non-Tory is getting a medical bed if they haven't already. Yeah, but I'm more interested in the executive edition. Executive edition needs one. That's the one I'm interested in. That's the one I can name. Where is the ship number? I have found it on here. I can't remember where it was. Where are you? I've seen you before. Where are you heading? We're going to Lorville to pick up some attritions and then we'll do some missions. This was not this hard last time I was looking for it. The 609 exec flagship of Fear of Messing Out. Or you have disposable income. There it is, 6099. So it is the same ship number. Alright. I have both persons. The only real difference is a couple of staterooms. Alright, hey ATC. This is the Emerald Phoenix 6099 requesting departure. Hey, thank you for talking to me this time. Appreciate it. Take off. Pull landing gear up. Zoom back out a little bit. There we go. That looks good. Alright. Not going to hit the doors, even though it's going to make me bump. Sorry, it's what I named mine. Mine's Riddles in the Dark, and it looks great. Riddles in the Dark. Okay, so where am I going? I'm going to Lorville. Good gracious. Lorville. Oh, not too far away. Let's go to here. Not that terribly bad. Quantum jump. Yeah, I love watching these Citicon videos. Wait a minute. It is farther. Why did it say 12? Hold on, let me cancel this. So why did it say 12 gigamamas? Oh, that was wild. It said 12. Alright. So a little bit longer. Not long enough that I want to do on marbles. If it was a little bit longer, I would do on marbles. But while we're in Quantum, we can show folks stuff. If you haven't seen the Phoenix, it's one of the cooler interior ship games. The 600i style, so when I fight in her, I fight in style. Yeah, I mean, that's why I want to use the 600i. I want to use mine. So, epic name, my exploring variant is Trustees. Do you know the namesake? And the Tauren is Ladyfish. Hey, Cyclops, thanks for the tier 1. No, I don't know the Trustees. I do not know the Trustees. So if you haven't seen, the table in the Phoenix now works. Goes away. Got a little table there. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 storage lockers here. I think it's 1,050 SCU. Yeah. And then obviously we got some gun racks, some what do we got here? What is this? This is the toilet? This is toilet. Yeah, there's toilet. And then we got the lecture room there. What's over here? Anything? Storage. It's the name of Cameron's personal sub that he took to the bottom of Marines. Oh, really? I did not know that. We got 4 beds for the personnel. And then back here, it's really, really nice. Nice luxury chairs for sitting on. So you're in Quantum. I want to name all my guns Kindness. Yeah. Another nice little sitting area. Got some playing cards. The bar is very well done. Got a cool bar. Lots of nice drink stock. Abyssiniation. Sky, Jinx, Hippocampus. Got some good drinks. Got some waters, some beers. I want to have a floating tavern. I want to deck out the Idris with a bunch of stuff in the hangar and make it a floating tavern. I got a little cigar there. Got some sinks. The hot tub does work. If you haven't seen, the hot tub does work. So we'll bring out the hot tub. Yeah, I got a working hot tub. Gonna get a hot tub. Let's get it. Oh, yep. Yep. Can I sit? I should be able to sit, right? Where do I sit? Pretty sure I can sit. Maybe not. You can hear the water splashing though. Oh, I'm out of Quantum. How do I get out? I can't get out. I'm stuck. There we go. Yeah, we're already here. I think we're out of Quantum. We are. Either that or we got into a quantum bug. Yeah, I can't see shit. Where are we at? There's Lorville. Dark and dusty here today. Punch it, Chewie. Yeah. So last time I played, I did Scenario 3 and Scenario 4, and I want to redo Scenario 3 and Scenario 4 if I can, just to see how it feels with the attritions. We upgraded the missiles, but I couldn't shoot the missiles for some weird reason. What clothing isn't good for the white pilot chairs? And it's not even just wet clothing, it's wet armor. I got that big bulky armor on sitting in that nice wet, leather chair. Alright, so Lorville. Where is the spaceport in Lorville? I don't go here very often. Probably by that ship, maybe? Go over there. I don't see a flashing light. I don't see a flashing light beacon. I wish it was just more obvious where the spaceports were. Because if you don't see that flashing beacon and you're a new player, you won't know where it is. But I'm gonna try to go by where this player is and see what happens. X85. What is that? Oh, he's just up in the air. Where is the airport? Where are you? Hey, Sticky Dirty Fingers. Thanks for the bits. Thank you, thank you. Oh. Yeah, I don't know what happened there, but I think I lost network connection completely. Yeah, you can see where everything restarted. My viewer count's gone down to 0 and everything. It's like completely bugged out. So is it reconnected? Yeah, that was wild. Try it again. Oh, some heavy biddies. Yes, your stream also. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. I lost complete network connectivity. Yeah, now it's looks like I just started. And so everybody's gonna get the new message alerts. Yeah, there it is. Carbon, welcome in, Carbon. I just had a network blip. And so now my pre-roll ads are gonna go. Sucks. But I'm gonna let them kick in because it's gonna take me a minute to log back in. Whose server was I on? I was on Expat's server. So is it gonna put me in Loreville? I hope it does. Hey, Greg. Alright, because yeah, she was on a good server. Oh, this wasn't the name of the server. Yeah, it is. So apologize there. Had a network hiccup. And I'm gonna let the ads play through while I log on. Yeah, even YouTube disconnected. It says it's unstable. There was a maintenance notification for Frontier earlier. Let's see if I got any notifications here. Yeah, it restarted everything. I'll be on my ship. Okay. All right, let's see what happens. So it's like hitting Alt F4. Okay. All right. Let's bring that up. See what he says. Hopefully we get back in. Server 34 people, shard 318. Okay. Server now the server FPS was like 30. Now it's not.
Welcome to Rocket Space Industries. Enjoy the ride. System check.
Hey ATC, this is the Emerald 6099 requesting landing. And we got a medium hanger. Yeah, so I'm gonna just let the ads roll through. And all I'm doing is docking here. Yeah, I joined the same server. That's the reason why. If I didn't join the same server, then I don't think I would have been in my ship. Yep, another thing than quitting through escape menu usually triggers crash protections. Yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense.
Landing gear deployed.
Landing gear deployed. Well, thank you. Come on in. Stay on target. on target. Cruise right in here. And get her in. Oh shit! Bump my ass. And there we go. That's much better. Turn that off. Don't have a choice when you're still in the verse. Only thing you can do is reconnect or wait. Oh yeah, so if I had gone into try to go to another shard, it would have said, oh, you can't do that because you're still in the verse. That's how being shard locked is. Yeah. That makes sense. Or rather, when your character is still in the verse. Yeah. That makes sense. Alright, so now I gotta go into this god-awful place and figure out where this HD showcase is. Oh, I went the wrong way. So with the Phoenix, I only needed a medium hanger. I didn't need a large hanger. Turn this garbage off. And he's a spaceport. You know what? I might make my home here one day and just force myself to learn this place. Like, that's what I'm gonna do. Or maybe New Babbage. So I have never done my home at New Babbage or Lorville, and I should do one, but it's so confusing. Alright, let's see what this says. So I gotta take a train somewhere, I assume. So it's definitely not here. I'm gonna have to take the train. New Babbage is nice. Alright, let's see here. Domestics, gates, interplanetary, commercial flights. So this doesn't look right. So that's not where I want to go. Linear access. Transit's over there. There's 2 transits. Okay, so turn around. Why are you staring at me? Is it splits? Transit, here we go. Alright, so there's 2 transits there. Alright, that's nothing. I just remember the transit being real confusing which one was which. I still haven't got to where I want to go. Go through here. Come up and around. Alright, so Metro Center and Central Business District. So do I want to go to the Central Business District? Is that where the businesses are? Commercial line. Oh, I just missed the train. Ha ha ha! He missed the train. Oh, that's too funny. Who is that? Is that you, Splits? Who is it? Long train ride. Maybe. Yeah, I'm positive it's you. Do not lean on door. Okay. We will avoid doing that. Oh, it's trasher, man. Clean your shit up. Now arriving. Alright, let's see what's in the business district. Are those statues? Those are statues. Look at these big ass statues. Who are those people? Is this even a place I want to be? So are there anything? Is this like a showroom and there's nothing here during this time of the year? This is not where I want to be, is it? Hold on. I'll miss the train. Yeah, I don't think I want to be here. This is when they have conventions. Alright, so we learned something new. This is just like the other ones. Yeah, there's no actual shops here. Alien Week soon. Is this where they have Alien Week? Oh, I missed the train again. So which one's which? This one is... Doesn't tell me which is which. Hat's the place on the right. Oh, so this is where the business... Okay, so this here? So this has the HD showcase? Okay. This is exactly where the electricians are sold. Okay. Like some of the places like Area 18 and whatever, the middle place is like just a showroom. Like for conventions. Go inside on the right. Oh, I see. Look at them big guns. I like big guns and I cannot lie. What size am I getting? I am getting size 5s? Am I reading this right? Let's take size 5s. Size 5s. Nice. Why you keep getting in front of me, Splits? Alright, let's see. Size 5s. Where's the, where is the terminal? I hope they do a maintenance soon. Nothing seems to be working. So is there not a terminal here? Or you can just buy everything? Or do I have to buy it at the, look how big are these guns. Can I not see this one? Man, look at the size of that gun. Do they not have a terminal here? Ooh, a scatter gun. And this was size 2? Yeah, it's a size 2 scatter gun. This is size 2 attrition. Or repeater. So where's the terminal? Guess I gotta go in here. You have to go further in to get to the terminal. Yeah, this doesn't look like it. Oh, good gracious. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, look at this thing. What size is this? Come on, give me an F. Give me an F. Oh, here you go. Wait. Yeah. So you can't be near it? Size 6. That means a size 5 are pretty big, because this is going to be a size 5. Who is that? Absolute. Oh yeah, the thing reset. My stream reset. Alright, here we go. Guess who won attrition 5? What am I getting? 4 of these? $1 million credits. Come on. Alright. Got our new electricians. Do you want to invite or not, man? You just gonna follow me around? What are you doing? Alright, how to get out of here? Well, they make you go all the way in the back to find the kiosk. They want you to walk through that showroom. The foundations I lay are so we may all stand higher. Aww. Growth. It's hard to read that. Some cool looking rooms though. Like, what do these terminals say? Did I go too far? I went too far, didn't I? Ooh, executive suites. I wonder if I can go in here. Can I go in here? Hello? Man, I want to go in here. What is this? Outsourcing. There's no elevator buttons. Yeah, so I went too far. So this is the... What do they call this? The commodity shop, yeah. Private trading suite. What a confusing building. How do I get out of here? This is it right here? No. Transit, there we go. Now, is there anything that tells you which train is which train? I don't like that. Like, they should tell you before it arrives where it's going, so I know which one I'm waiting for.
Now arriving from Tisa Spaceport.
Or is there only just this one? Or is a train on that side too? Should I be getting on the other one? This is going to take me to the hangars. No, this is taking me to the spaceport. Here we go. This is it. Do you want an invite or not, man? You never said you wanted an invite. There you go. There. Although I don't know how much I'm going to be doing. I want to test out these attritions on the Phoenix. So you can get on the turret on the Phoenix if you want to ride. You can pilot your own ship too if you want. Kitty, get off my laptop. Damn. Yeah, get off my laptop. Damn it, cat. I knew she was going to do this. Cat sitting there laying across my laptop keyboard. You look green in that light. There. Alright, so how do I figure out this place? Exit. Alright, we're gonna go this way. Oh shit. The scrolling on these maps are terrible. Stop, think. Think I'm going the right way. Right to the right. Elevators to hangars. I don't remember taking an elevator. Did I take an elevator? Huh. Yes, I did. Did I take an elevator? Oh, wait. There's an elevator to my hangars. Okay. See if my hangar's still there. That's what I said. You can get on the turret if you want. Or there's a turret on the Phoenix. Alright, so I need to store the Phoenix. Man, I should have stored it before I left the hangar. So I gotta store him, put the guns on. Alright, let's see here. RSI, Phoenix. Let's store him. I should have stored him before.
Please visit us again. Goodbye.
What do we got on us? We got some ammo, we got some drinks, we got some med pins. Alright, we're good there. Not that I plan on doing any FPS, but you never know. Somebody may board my ship. And then put the attritions on and we'll try them out. Vehicles. Let's see if he shows up yet. RSI, Phoenix. Alright, vehicle weapons, missiles we replaced. And so where are my new ones? Is this not it? No. Where are the size 5s? I'm confused. So there's the cannon. So I want to change that one. Alright, weapon, there we go. There we go, and it should be 2 more. There we go, and 1 more. There we go. Okay. Now we can bring her up.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
RSI Phoenix. There she is.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Please visit us again.
Alright, we'll see if I'm any better with these attritions. I did okay, I did my missions. Let me grab one. F2 and contracts, offers. What was that under? Mercenary? It was like scenario. We did scenario 3 and 4. So I want to redo them just to see if they feel any better. So I'm gonna do this one first. Alright, where's the elevator? There it is. I wouldn't stand under the elevator when it's coming down. It's the right way, not the wrong way. So where are those? There, that's it right there. Those are the new ones right there, isn't it? Right there is the new guns. So 1, 2, and 3, and 4. After the contract, I go out with the dog really quick. No problem. All right, cool. Oops. Zoom back out. Hey, ATC, this is the Emerald Phoenix 6099 requesting departure. And you're not going to talk to me? See how it is. There we go. Interesting. If you're in free-to-look mode, that's what the problem is. If you're in free-to-look mode, the alt-in doesn't work.
Engines on.
That's why he doesn't sometimes talk to me. Not too hard of a mission, they don't take long.
Shields off. Landing gear deployed.
Oops, I'm gonna accidentally hit N. I was hitting B and accidentally hit N.
Landing gear raised.
Thank you. I like when the voice works, like it tells you what's going on. It's very helpful. Alright, let's get up. Alright, there we go. And let's hit our target. Looks like we're heading pretty far away. Well, that's not far away. Do that and set route. Punch it, Chuck.
Quantum drive is now off.
Why is quantum drive off?
Quantum drive is now off.
Okay, I'll go for the contract real quick, just a quick block. I mean, I'm going to be there in just a minute. That's up to you. I mean, you don't have to do it, but I'm just letting you know it's not going to take long to get there. Yeah, I'll be done with it by then. That's okay. So why can I not go here? There we go.
Quantum drive is now. Quantum drive is now off.
Why is there an echo?
Quantum drive is now off.
I don't understand this.
Shields are on. Shields are off.
Yeah, but I need to hit an OM. Route me via an OM. There we go.
Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off.
Am I hearing Splits' audio? It's really weird. Yeah. Melby glass, comms. Turn that shit off.
Okay, you're in the
okay.
right place. Stand by while I deploy your targets.
Yeah, I was hearing him. Alright, so we got combat here. Getting our shields back online.
Contact.
Contact.
Radio.
I don't see any. Where are they? I don't see them. Shit, the fuck is that?
Shields damaged. Enemy down.
Boom.
All targets neutralized. Catch your breath. The next one is on its way.
Where's the power? Oh, so still remember my power. Cool.
Radar contact.
God, bad shooting. Oh shit. I need to know how to do flares.
Enemy down.
Easy peasy. Where's the other enemy? Slow down, slow down.
Shields damaged.
Shields damaged. Quit hitting me.
Enemy down.
Let's pull away, get our shields back up, then come back in. Feels good. Feels better than the other ones. Than the other weapons.
Congrats on completing another part of your course. You impressed the other pilots out there today. I'll see you when you're ready.
So is this the guy that I soft death? See what he's got. See if he's got anything. Let's get a little bit closer here and we'll scan him. Alright, let's scan him. See what he's got. No cargo parts. Snowfall Explorer, Trammel, Goliath, RSI self-destruct, Outlaws. What do we got here? Survey a light, mass, SCM mode. Cool. Yeah. All right, let's do scenario 4. I feel that was a lot quicker last time than last time. These weapons are definitely better than the other ones, the default ones. I don't want to salvage one. Mercenary, let's do scenario 4. Let's try him. And assuming I'm about to jump somewhere.
Shields off.
Aberdeen. Alright, punch it, Chewie. Did it reconnect me to his audio? I heard the dupe again. F2 comms. Disconnect from that shit. Maps and contract route. Punch it, Chewie. Why am I hearing this duplicate audio? Go to Hershon Weapons Testing Site.
Welcome to the training site.
This is with the stealth
Get settled,
guys.
and I'll let everyone know to start.
Where are you?
Looks like you got inbound. Weapons free.
All right, let's do it. Bring them on.
Radar contact.
A little bit closer here. No, PDC took that out.
Shields damaged.
Let me zoom away, get my shields back up. Leave me alone. Alright, shields back up. Alright, here's this guy here. What is this? Why am I not tracking him?
Radar contact.
Is that a mole? What is this?
Shields damaged.
It's going to take a little bit more punching to kill him. Alright, shields are back up. Who's this guy? See if we can get him. Yeah, they're going to be a little bit harder. They're faster than I am.
Radar contact.
Let's see, we get this guy here. What are you? See if I can lock on.
Target acquired. Radar contact. Shields damaged.
There we go, 4 missiles. Did I hit him? Well, I was able to fire the missiles this time, so last time it just must have been buggy.
Radar contact.
Come here, let me get you. Did I blow him up? Yes, he's blown up. No. I just lost. Die! Die!
Enemy down.
Thank you.
Shields damaged.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Alright, let's find these other targets are more stealthy and more quicker. Alright, where are you at? Come here.
All right then. That wraps up this lesson.
Did I get them all?
Fantastic work.
That was easier.
Seems like you're developing a
Who's
real
that?
aptitude for
Who's this guy?
combat. Hopefully the next lesson will
Who's
help
this?
you
What the
grow
fuck is
even
this?
more.
Why are your lights on? Is this what I just shot down? Boom, that looks so cool. Alright, I see no reason not to do Scenario 5. Let's see what Scenario 5 is like. Alright, contracts. First scenario, what is Scenario 5? Congrats on completing part 4. The fifth scenario is defensive tactics, knowing when to take evasive measures and deploy either decoys or Norse countermeasures. Ensure your countermeasures are fully stocked and then go to an asteroid mining base to stock. Tricks of the trade: ready to launch, ease access to decoys, stand and fight, close the gap. Resist the temptation to hit the target, hit the afterburner to escape as you increase your signature and make it easier for your missiles to hit you. Ah. Well, it may seem counterintuitive. Getting closer to the enemy ship can be an advantage. So what is the countermeasure button? Hey, Lord Scar, welcome in, man. I was watching some videos. We watched the base building video for Star Citizen on Thursday. It was pretty cool. So what is the countermeasures? Oh, you did see it? Cool. Is it H? Is this it? The decoy? Interaction mode, scan mode. Hey, Derp. So is it Alt H maybe? CM decoy. And right Alt and H? Is that? Oh, the shapes, the J. Oh, you can actually jettison your cargo? Cool. Alright, let's go to this, let's go do this mission, see how we do here. Did I not grab it? Did I not grab it? Scenario 5. Accepted. So did I not grab Scenario 5? There he is. Let's grab him. Accept offer. Incoming call. Why is someone calling me? I wish it would tell you who was calling you. I mean, we have caller ID in 2025. Why don't we have caller ID back then? Let's see here. 2. Do that and route. Alright, this may be a little bit harder for me. We'll see how we'll do. Go away. Trying to do a mission.
Welcome, Rook.
Alright.
We'll get started in a moment.
Yes. Oh shit, get out of the fuck out of the way. Jesus Christ. Never tried to jettison cargo, but I assume it only works in the whole series, maybe Raft and Nomad.
Prepare to engage.
Yeah, yeah.
Shields damage.
Shields damage.
Enemy down.
Got him. Eat that.
Wave clear. Here comes the next.
Alright. Got some nasty asteroids here. Yeah, I can see your back. You're like in my screen.
Radar contact.
Radar contact. Oh yeah, got somebody on the turret now. We got splits on the turret. Come on. Come on. Boom. Nasty combo.
Shields damage.
What is this guy here? Boom. Man, you can hear that big gun he's on. Boom, 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 boom. Boom. Smoke him if you got him. Okay. So let's see what Combat Scenario 6 is like. Phoenix Emerald. Alright, we've done 5 mercenaries. And I guess I gotta wait for him to contact me. Contract. Did it not finish? No, there it is. It's done. So when do I get a new one here? Give me a new one. Mercenary. There's 6. What do we got to do here? Congrats on completing 5. I'm bringing out the big guns for Narrow 6. Time for you to go up against larger multi-crewed ship, which provides a few new challenges. Not only will you have to contend with enhanced firepower, but the multifaceted shields mean you'll have to target one shield face continuously to do real damage. Easier said than done, but both of y'all are moving at such fast speeds. Alright, let's try it. We'll see how far the Phoenix can take us. 7-8 will be a bit tougher. 7, you fight a Hammerhead. 8, a Polaris. Yeah, I mean, I've done those. If I want to do them, I'll probably just pull the Idris out. If anybody wants to come along. But I don't think I'll do it today. I think I'll do it. I'll save 7 and 8 for tomorrow, and we'll bring the Idris out. For the most part, I'm just testing. You're in the upper turret. I'm just testing the Phoenix here. So I'll we'll do 7 and 8 tomorrow, and we'll bring the Idris out. Anybody wants to join in? All right, let's do that, and then route. So it was supposed to be a countermeasure one, and nobody shot any missiles at me. Of course, with the Phoenix, there is a little bit of a countermeasure naturally with the PDC. Alright, let's get a little bit closer.
Good, you're here. I'll
Good,
notify
you're here.
the other pilots, and we can begin.
Alright, sounds good to me. Who's this guy over here? Who are you? Somebody's limping along.
Hostiles spotted. Give them what you got.
Alright, bring them on. Where are they at? I don't see them. Yeah, definitely. We'll pull the Idris out. Tomorrow we'll do 7 and 8. So what is this? So is that the same ship I got? It's another Connie. Another Connie. Whoa! Somebody was zooming by. Boom! Got him. Alright, let's get our shields back up. Zip away. Don't hit any rocks. Yeah. Hey, Splits, we should be on a server as close to you. This is a Europe server. What is this? I hear a ship. Where are you? I don't have any red arrows. There we go. There's somebody. Looks like a smaller vessel. Oh, it's Gladius. Yep, yep. Oh, damn, he's just out moving. I'm gonna pull away. Connie versus Connie. We got the Connie. I'm gonna fly away and then come back around on him. I can't just get an angle on him at all. I know he's faster than me. But at least I got a guy on the turret that helps. 'Cause he's got angles on him more often than I do. I can imagine if this was P versus P, I would never get a shot on him. Got him.
Nicely done, rookie.
That's right.
More of my students
Blow his ass up.
Take a well-deserved rest.
Alright, so yeah, if anybody wants to join and shoot up with the Idris M, I think we'll pull him out tomorrow and we'll do mission 7 and 8 with that. Alright, so I like it. I like it. Let's do an FPS. So let's find something on the ground to do. Let's see here. To provide immediate assistance to Mr. No. Yellow ship under attack. No. Reduce populations. We've been nope. Don't want that. Ambush amateur. Nope. Combat gauntlet. Halt illegal surveillance. Looking for a bunker. System dependent site. Oh, this looks like one. Let's grab this one. Alright, let's jump to him. Got 2. Set her out. Punch it, Chewie.
Drive is now on. Auto drive is now off.
HDSF. Punch it, Chewie.
Auto drive is now on.
Work. Come on. Go.
Auto drive is now off.
No, that hasn't changed anything, so I'm just going to turn that back on. I was kind of hoping it would stop that echo. Are we not moving? Am I not moving? Here we go. Get in here about 10K and then we'll get out of quantum mode. Shields are on. Somebody's here. At least the ship is here. 48, 26. What is that? Are these turrets going to shoot us, or we're going to have to take the Ursa down? There's my shadow. Alright, so the turrets aren't shooting us, that's good. At least not yet. No, we're not shooting. They're not shooting us. It's a Zeus. We do have to eliminate hostiles. I don't see any on that right now. Usually there's 4 or 5 outside. I don't see any outside. Am I just not seeing them? That dude parked his Zeus right up on this building. I didn't mean to land. Alright, we'll land here. Is my... Oh, I lost my Ursa. My Ursa fell out. They must have shut my thing out. Hold on. My cargo grid's messed up. They must have shot it open. And I can't close. There it goes. Is it closing? And so I lost my Ursa. As best we can get. Boy, I don't like. I like to make sure I can get back into my ship if I can. Alright, let's try this. Alright, there we go.
Engines are landing.
I'm not too sure I'm going to be able to get up in the elevator. And the storage one doesn't close. Hey, super saved. The one bad thing about these bigger ships is trying to find an area of the land. Let's go over here. This looks flat. Well, I say that, and then there's fucking rocks everywhere. Why are there so many goddamn rocks? Hype train? Oh, the hell? What'd you do, Super Save? Alright, this should be okay. Hopefully we can get on this one. Alright, F4. Why is there a hype train? What did I miss? Sub goal. Alright, I'm heading down. Going into the bunker. Hopefully it's not too far off the ground. Hi, and yeah, too many rocks everywhere. It's not matter to drive anywhere. There it is. Hey, thanks for the prime there, Super Shade. Shoot the bad guys. Oh shit. Yeah, that's the name of my ship. That's the serial number. So when you know how your ship says XD-6099, that's what it is. Yeah, if we can find any bad guys. We got 100% remaining. Thanks for the follow, Moorbug. I'm not finding any. Somebody got their Zeus right up in here. You think they're still here? Oh shit, why are they not shooting? Watch out, there's hostiles active now. Oh, damn, he's real far away. Shit, I'm out of ammo? Fuck. I need help, Splits. I got incapacitated. I'd love to get into the Idris M tomorrow. I can run a turret. Yeah, sure. I'll post. I'll post in my Discord. But definitely we're going to pull the Idris M out. We're going to do, Splits. Come save me. If you can. Hopefully you can. This might be a short mission otherwise. There he is. You gotta get a med pen. Do you not have a med pen? You can grab one off of me, I think. You gotta get a med pen, and then 4, and then left trigger, or right mouse button. You don't have a med pen on you? You don't have one? See, can you grab one off of me? See my belt right there? See this right here? If you can grab, I don't know if you can, but if you can grab it off of me, that's a med pen right there. Hey, Amy Lee, coming in with the raid. Well, thank you. Right there, that's the med pen. How are you? What were you playing? What were you playing? Follow Emily. Follow her. Everybody follow her. Are you able to grab that off of me? Okay, tell you what, go one of the dead bodies, they'll have a med pen. Just go look at all the dead bodies. Doing good, playing some yeah, I'm gonna play that. It's fun. This game is fun, Emily. It's just not ready. It's just not ready. You know, they're still implementing it and stuff like that. So I don't recommend it to people, because just to tell them to wait until it's more stable. But when this game is working, it's one of the most immersive games I've ever played. It's just incredibly immersive. And so, you need to put it in your hand, and then you should be able to right click and then hit me with it if it's in your hand. I'm trying to get healed right now. But Splits hasn't done it before. So you gotta have in your hand, you gotta put your gun away and go loot one of the other bodies. Go loot the NPCs. One of the NPCs that we just killed will have a med pin. Got to raid and run. Hey, no problem. Thanks, Emily. Appreciate it. Welcome, Raiders. So I, stream some different games. Right now it's a lot of Star Citizen just because I'm learning it. But I like PAX Day. I'll do Stars Reach. I'm gonna play some Doom when that comes out. I fell in love with how beautiful it was. Yeah, the game looks great. I'll play some single player games from time to time. Yeah, put it in your hand. Put the med pin in your hand. You don't need to kneel, just put it in your hand. Oh, you must have grabbed one off of me. I just saw it disappear. You can drag it to your hand or press 4. There you go. And then right click me. Make sure you're looking at me and hit right click. Not left click. Left click will heal you. Right click will heal me. Come on. Oh, you're so close. So close. So close. He's got the med pin in his hand. You don't need to be kneeling. You just need to look at me and right click. Oh, yeah. Hey, did you get it? Yay! Oh, good gracious. Here, come here for a minute. So, yeah, anytime you loot these bodies, always pick up med pins. Pick up med pins if you can. So I got ads starting here. I'm not going to skip it. So I'm just going to wait for a minute. Splits before I go in. I'm going to wait till the ads finish. And then I'm going to go into the bunker. So what is this guy? He's got an adrenaline pin. And what kind of ammo does he have? FS9. We'll grab that. And what is this? We'll definitely grab the P4 magazine. That's what I'm wearing. That's what I'm using, right? P4? Yeah, P4. So we all got some Twitch ads. So I do Twitch ads every 60 minutes. I usually take a break and stuff. So I'm going to take a break here real quick. I'm going to stretch and then I'll be right back. We'll go and we'll hide out in this little Zeus here. So I'm just taking a break for a minute to Splits. I'll be right back. Quick little break and I'll be right back. This is when I take my breaks, is when the Twitch ads breaks. Where's my camera? Be right back. I have no idea, but I don't know why the ads aren't playing. It could be messed up. The ads aren't playing. I don't know. It might. We can look and see. Oh, there goes the ads. The ads are finally working. We can go see. I'm going to avoid going into the bunker until the Twitch ads are done. Oh, I am doing a giveaway, folks. $230 worth of gift cards and an $890 jump worth $890. Oh, you're in the seat already. No, we're gonna go ahead and go in. I'm gonna go ahead and go in. Oh, let me see if there's any med pins or stuff. I like looting the bodies. Let's see what you got. All right, and Defiance. What we got here? Devastator shotgun batteries. Don't know what that is. Devastator S. Grab some of that. Grab some of that. F55. Wild Blast Desperado Toy Pistol Magazine. Okay. What's this guy got? There we go. Some more med pins. See how they had med pins on them splits? Let's grab these. Grab this. Fill up our ammo slots. Ooh, a backpack. Alright, I'm going on in splits. Sub-level. Here we go. Yep. We got 66% of the hostiles remaining. Are you aware of the ammo repull feature? I don't know what you mean. Where'd that guy go? There he is. Damn, he's running fast. Uh-oh, we got them bugged out. They're dead. Press Alt-1 to sort your ammo into full mags. Cool. I mean, I've right-clicked them and sorted them before. Because if you right-click, there's an option to combine ammo. But it won't combine mags that are different things. So like one's got 3, and then one's got a full. It won't combine those, right? It won't. That's usually why they're separate ones. What does this do? Are you hurt? You got anything good on you? You got a pistol? Security hat. So we got 40% left. Probably an elevator somewhere. Nobody in that elevator. A gun. I don't know. Might be on a security guard. We won't need to go there. The guys are never in. They're never. They're going to be in these elevators. It's bugged out. So it will combine them. Because the sort feature, combine all, doesn't. That I do know it doesn't. So if that one does something different. One thing I don't like when you're in the elevator, you can't loot them. Because then the elevator door closes. Alright, we got a few more left. This is where we came in, right? Yeah, this is where we came in. Oh, I heard shooting. Did we kill it? Did we complete it? Oh, it's all done. So like 47, 30, 45. Oh, that's a P8 ammo. Ooh, put that down there. Yeah, I don't have any, like, it won't combine these, right? Alt and 1. Or does it? That's what it does. Cool. Nice. So yeah, that's still 7. There's nothing. We've done the mission. We're complete. The mission's done. You killed the last guy. Well, if you don't have multiple partly used mags, it won't do much. Ooh, what is this? Is there anything in here? Is this something? Ah. I like loot. Give me the loot. I want the loot. Oh, what's this guy got on? Anything? P4, we'll take that. Take that. What helmet you got there? RL, yeah, helmet. Ooh, take that. Take the med pen. What is this? Animus missile launcher. Well, that sounds like fun. Alright, I'm lost. Where do we go? I'm lost. Can I go up here? I have no idea if I'm going the right way. Yeah, this looks like the right way. Dude, I have no idea. I'm lost. I get lost in these bunkers all the time. Are there like no loot boxes at all? I want loot. Should go to Hathor and try to sneak in. Put a bike and try to sneak on in. Alright, one day I'm gonna find a way out of here. One day. How do we get out of here, Splits? This is definitely the blind leading the blind. Here we go. I found it. Follow me. Over here. Over here. Which I was better at finding loot. So I'm digging the Phoenix. Phoenix is fun. Already looked at him. Hardest part of the contract is getting out. For me it is. So I lost my Ursa, so I definitely need to take him back and repair him. Because he's all busted up. I lost my Ursa. So we need to re-put that in there if we want it. That's the only thing I don't like about it. It doesn't have a med bed. That's what I like about the TAC. I should see if I can upgrade the Starlancer attack. Let's see how that does. I definitely like the tack for bunkers. Alright, so we're going to take it back, heal it up, all that good stuff. Just look up the elevator and press F. You don't need to jump. Just look up and press F. You don't need to jump. Why are you jumping? There you go. He's over jumping. Then look down on the floor and press F. There you go. Oh, glitch. Hey, Red. Welcome in. Welcome in. Alright, so he's on board. Let's get him in the air. And we're in a Hurston system. So what is that? Everest Harbor? We'll head to Everest Harbor. And get all repaired up. So what I'm tempted to do is go to one of the Hathor missions and maybe take the tack and try to get some loot. Mika Lanzello. Hey, Mika Lanzello. He's gonna make me an offer I can't refuse. Welcome in, welcome in. Yeah, so take see if we can find a Hathor site that's not much going on. Maybe do some component looting. But I definitely need to repair the ship. At contract 6 kind of messed it up a little bit. Alright, so I think Everest is the closest. Alright, yeah. All that beeping's incestuous. Yeah, so I'll post in Discord if anybody's interested. We're going to take the Idris M out tomorrow, and we're going to do contracts 7 and 8. And if we get a little bit larger crew and some more people want to do some more missions, we can pound it out. We can go to Hathor and own the area if we want. I mean, I'm sure there'll be other Idrises there. Well, let's go repair him up. There's Everest Harbor. All this beeping's annoying. Watch it. Redeemed hydrate. We can do the hydrate. You okay, baby? Alright, let's see here. So we're the 6099. Hey ATC, this is the Emerald Phoenix 6099. Request and landed. Come on. Come on. Dude, man. Comms. Let's see if this will work. Friends. Everest Harbor. There we go. Where's my hanger? Give me the hanger. There it is. Thank you. Thank you for giving me a hanger. Don't know why you're not talking to me. That would be nice if you did. That's okay. You don't have to say anything. There we go. Landing gear deployed. And they always give you a hangar that's the most awkward to get. Well, it's always the farthest one away, right? And I hate how there's signs right by the hangar door. Look at that sign right there. It's like, dude, I'm trying to land in. It's like they put a big ass sign right where someone needs to be. There we go. Land them. Alright, let's do some repair. So yeah, maybe we head over to Hathor and see if we can find anything good. Let's repair. Landing. Repair. 26K. Ooh-wee. Advertising's more important than safety. Gotta get the McDonald's ads. How long until they do official sponsors? You think they would ever do that? A Walmart sign there, a McDonald's sign. I can see them at some point in time. If your ship crashes into it, wreck, it'll be the next one to sign the news sites. Free advertising. How long until they do real advertisements in the game? Oh, it'll happen. That will absolutely happen. Alright, so we're repaired up. I think we go to Hathor. They have done that in other games. Yeah, well, sports ones, it makes sense, right? Alright, so let's see here. What do we got mission-wise? So, I want to go to one of the Hurston sites. So, can you just go to the array? Do I need to get the mission? Like, how do you go to the Hathor site without a mission? There's the comm array. Do I have to take the mission? But it would be hugely immersive break. I would well, yes and no, because I mean McDonald's would exist in 2955 potentially. I mean, I don't think they will go that low, but it wouldn't surprise me if somebody gave them enough money to sponsor. So I guess, do I have to take a mission to get to the area that I need to get to? Or can you just learn where it is and just kind of drive to it? Thanks. Hey, Piss Poor Pete, welcome in, welcome in. Oh, do I have you on my shout out list? Thanks for the follow. Piss Poor Pete, man, I really love watching his stream. His commentary is excellent. Let me give a shout out here. Need to add him to the list. There we go. I don't know if he's watching or if he just did a follow, but his commentary is excellent. Search for PAF. There it is. We're testing the Phoenix. We've been playing with the Phoenix as our daily driver here. So any one of these sites or the Rupture. Where is this one? So this is it. This is one of the sites then. But yeah, Pete, I really enjoy your commentary. I'm relatively new to the game, and you seem to be very knowledgeable about it. Regarding the ads, didn't AMD already have a ship version only for them? AMD Mustang? Oh, really? I did not know that. All right, let's see. I want to see if we can get some. I want to get some military components. So now the next goal is we've equipped our Phoenix with the best non-military stuff. So the next goal is well, let's get some military equipment, right? Hey ATC, this is the Emerald Phoenix 6099 requesting departure. Did you want to get off, Splits? If you want to get off, now's the time to get off. Otherwise, we're going to probably a very dangerous place. Chances are we will not survive. there's a good chance we won't be coming back. At least not alive. Alright, here we go. We're gonna see if we can loot us some military components or something. Alright, so we got a route set. I thought I had a route set. There we go. Why is it incessant beeping? How do I get rid of this beeping? Alright, let's head over to here. So given it's a Saturday, 4 p.m. Eastern time, it's probably going to be pretty active. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this. We'll just see what's going on here. We'll just see how active these sites are. I think it's a good chance there's going to be somebody on one of these. But the goal here is to see if we can get some military components.
Bottom drive is now on. Bottom drive is now off.
What? Uh-oh. Did I get stopped? Thought maybe I got quantum. What is going on? Oh, that's cool. So you can literally have waypoints to all 3 of the locations on a given location. Nice. Had no idea.
Is now on.
Yeah, so one of the things I like about Pete is he reads like almost every comment. I try to do that too. Sometimes it gets going a little too fast and I don't notice it. But, you know, like I said, the reason I'm playing Star Citizen right now is not necessarily to accumulate stuff, but to learn the game. And then I do enjoy watching some streamers who really know what they're doing. Yeah. Yeah, this looks like a hotbed. What do you think the chances are we're going to get shut down? What is that? That is that a Polaris? PFS, ground antennas, OLP is the site. Yes, thanks, Jeremy. I did know that. That part I did know. So that's a Polaris. This old man observed Pete, but I like as whenever I go to a new stream, they go, "Are you an old man who observes, or do you like observing old men?" So that's a Polaris on the ground. Let's see what's over here. A Polaris. I like the Polaris. I like saying Polaris. That's what Becky on Blast says. Alright, looks like not a lot of activity right here. Let's see what we can do. Alright, we're going to land in. I'm looking for components. Next time someone asks you, I do. I always say that, Jedi. I always say yes. That's always the answer. It's moving and aligning to you there. Oh, the Polaris? Or is he coming after me? Is that what you're saying? He sure as fuck is, isn't he? Can't do nothing nice. Oh well. I guess we'll get out of here. I wanted to go loot. All I wanted to do was loot. Can't have nothing nice, man. Of course, I could go get my Idris and come back. What do you say? I go get my Idris and come back? I don't have time to. We're going to have the Idris out tomorrow. I get asked something similar. They want to know if I'm a Jedi to Menace or a Menace to Jedi. Alright, so I'm trying to jump to something. How come I can't jump to nothing? Yeah, let's just jump out of here. Let's just pick something. Let's pick that. If I had the time, so I have plans for tonight. If I had the time, I would 100% go and pull the Idris M out and come back and kill this guy. Alright, so that site's bogged down a little bit here. So what else can we try? What's another site? You can I'm going to. PAF. I was just trying to jump away for a minute and get away from there. So I did rupture. We can try just one of these. Because he clearly was single player. Bring my Idris in and put my ballistic cannon on his ass. I would love to find a rogue gun for my Idris. Well, Major, just come get mine. I can claim it. Tomorrow, you know, when we're done, you can just take it off of mine. And then I'll claim it the next day. Just grab mine. I don't have time to do it now. We're going to check one more site, then I got to start wrapping up here. Where am I jumping to? Aberdeen? Now's the time to do it, because when the game's released and they get all the insurance stuff proper, it's going to be a little bit harder to do. Alright, let's see if anybody's over here. I mean, who is a guy going around in a Polaris solo? I mean, you're not going to be able to do a lot by yourself. You don't have any guns in the pilot seat, do you? You might have had one turret guy. Obviously, you would have had PDCs. Oh yeah, hopefully by the time they give us away to rail, get the rail and the content. Yeah, I think you will be able to. Well, maybe not. I don't know. Alright, let's see what's going on here. Could be his piles run. It's possible. But it's still, he wasn't going to do much. If I had anything decent, he would be having a hard time. But even if you're going to defend him with the Polaris? I don't know. This beeping is annoying the hell out of me. Where is that coming from? Like you said, PDCs. Yeah, but for any kind of small fighter, you can get away from the Polaris easy. But I guess if he's defending... What is this right here? The bipping is a bug. You were injured, then healed, but the game forgot to shut down the sound. Ah. One way is to die. Well, I'm about done anyway. I got plans. There's somebody. I'm not gonna bother with him. Is that attack or something? What is that? Where do you think he'll come after me? Should I shoot him if he comes after me? Hello? You still there, Splits? I'm not doing anything. I'm just scanning you. Just scanning. Demogaga. Looks like he's leaving. Yeah, that's a Starlancer attack. I knew it. Yeah, he's not looking for a fight. Problem is if I go and land this ship, it doesn't take much to shoot you. That's the only thing I don't like is you're so vulnerable when you're on the ground. Just scanning, don't worry. Well, I had to, if you hit the middle mouse button, it goes from guns to missiles to scan. So to get the scan, I have to hit it twice. Is he coming after me? I hope he shoots me. Why don't you shoot me and I'm gonna shoot you down. I got upgraded equipment. Come on, shoot me. Shoot me. Fire a missile. Is he coming after me? He's coming after me. I will 100% shoot you down. Oh, he took off. There we go. Yeah, so that's why it scanned the missiles. Alright, what's this guy over here? No, he's going away. Yeah, the kilometers are rising up. I want to go down and check out one site. Need to bind to a key, then go directly into scanning. Yeah, possibly. I've avoided trying doing too many binds. The only custom binding I've done is close all doors. Ooh, what is that? So this is just a ship out here in the middle of nowhere? What is he doing here? Scorpius? What is he doing? Hey, Chip. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. How do you know something's military? I guess you just learn them. Yeah, we're at Hathor. I'm just checking shit out. Been a long time. Didn't play keyboard, but mouse. Yeah. Alright, so where is the... Yeah, I went checking inventory, I think. Oh. I need a better zoom. I don't want... Uh-oh. So it looks like there should be one where I'm at. Should be one... Right... Yeah, they're all up there. Yeah, there's no, like, in-between zoom. It's like you're either zoomed in or you're out on the planet. There's the satellite. I see the satellite. Alright, we're going to try to take a peek on one of these grounds here. Ooh, what we got here? Who's this guy? Ooh, another Connie. Yeah, that's what this is, right? No, that's not a Connie. Is that a Connie? Wow, there's multiple ships here. There's a lot of ships here. I knew it. I knew it. Hope you're on the turret there, Splits. Yeah, it is the Gladius. It is the Gladius. I think there's a little too much going on over here. Need a stealthier ship when doing this kind of stuff. Looting for you need a ship big enough that you can put components on it. You know. But you want to be, if you're going to kind of come in and do this kind of stuff, you need to be stealthy. Alright. So I got to wrap up. So we're going to land in Everest Harbor. And then we're going to do another, yeah, 315. I have a 315. That's a good idea, Jeremy. That's a good idea. I probably should take a 315 there. Because I can still load up some components and stuff, loot some components. 12 SU, yeah, that's a good idea. Because I picked up a 315, I really like it. You got some decent storage, you're small, get in, get out. We might try that one day. Yeah, I like the 315, I do. Alright, so the plan here, I'm going to dock, going to log off, we'll do a marbles, we'll raid somebody, and then tomorrow we're going to take the Idris M out, as long as I got a crew. And we'll do at least scenario 7 and 8, and then we'll see if there's some other missions we can do. Maybe we'll go to Hathor and raise havoc. I'll take on that clandestine. I even got useless items for it, but hey, yeah, so that's what I need to do. So I need to probably stock it up in stealth components, right? And then test him out. So that's definitely, I'm not going to do that tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be the Idris M, but maybe Monday or Tuesday. Hey ATC, this is the Emerald Phoenix, 1699, requested landed. Let's see, you're not going to talk to me. Got to do the comms. Friends, and no. Give me a hanger. Alright, you gave me one over here. Yeah, so definitely some session we'll take the 315 and we'll stealth them out. There's some damn signs. Get those damn signs in the way. Also, usually people don't shoot you because you're not a threat, not a big ship, nothing super archery fast. Yeah. It's a good idea. I like it. Stock it up some stealth components. Be sneaky sneaks. What I really wanted to do, but I couldn't figure out how to make it happen. I wanted to have a big ship like a Polaris or Idris parked really far away. And like really far away, like 100 kilometers or more. And have a ground vehicle and put an Atlas Geo on it. But you can't, there's not, what in the earth? What is going on? Why is he doing that? Why was he going sideways? Put a Geo on a ground vehicle and then take the Geo up and then do some mining with it. But there's no vehicle you can put the Geo on that will stay. It just falls off and it's irritating. That's why I said I want a truck. Because I wanted to sneak in if the cave was open. But I guess if I was going to do that, I should do hand mining. Alright, turn that off. Get him off. Alright, I'm going to be logging off here, Split, so I suggest you get out of this ship. Because as soon as I leave my hangar, you're going to get code, you're going to get the boot. Alright, let's repair, let's do all that. Let me out. Alright, I think he's done. Come on. My elevator. There he is. Yep. Is there anything in here? Oh yeah, some components. I should put some extra stems and stuff in there. So I'm gonna log off. If you need to leave the hanger splits if you don't want to like get booted out. I can't promise what's gonna happen. All right, let's put that here. Let's grab some of these, grab some of those. We'll put these extra med pins in there. Put this here, put this here, put this here. All right, looks good. So what is it? Alt 1? Alt 1? .2, maybe you will be capable of question mark. Are you out? Looks like he's out. There he is. No, he hasn't got out just yet. Make sure he leaves. There he goes. Zoom. Fastest elevator ever. Alright, exit. Quick game. Let's get our marbles going. You can put the Atlas and freight elevators and they come stuck on the grid. Might be a bug, so you need to grab gun Atlas first. Yeah. That's possible. If it grids on the cargo grid, then maybe it'll grid on our ship. That's a good point. I'll test it then. I tested it before. Alright, let's see here. Alright, let's do a marbles. Do a race. So on the ground vehicles and yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. We'll test it. We'll see. Random. And what do we get? Haunted Hills. Ooh, we've done this one time. Say Dantas was the current holder. Yeah, we're gonna do it when we normally do splits. So you're usually not around for the end of my streams. So we usually do marbles, give away some codes, and then we'll go and raid somebody out. And then we also do a bonus code at the end. So when I stop the timer, it will show one more bonus code. Who are we gonna raid? Looking into that raid channel. Let's see who's in the same category. We might do Admiral Pooks. I haven't raided him in a while. If he's on. Avenger 1, Mako News, Sun Devi, Barkov, BDS, Lazzy V, Trey, Till Clam, Constantine Knows. Who are my normal people are that on? Dapper Dax is on, Expat's on, Saber. We'll do Saber. We'll raid Saber. Thumb is on. We'll give Saber some love. Alright, let's start the countdown. All right, 1 minute and 35 seconds. Top 3, get codes. Final turn into PU, 3,500 scripts turned into favors. It took 5 consecutive hours. Are you kidding me? That's crazy. That's just so stupid. 5 hours of turning in scripts. This is dumb. That's just dumb. Five hours, man. It's crazy. I wouldn't do it because the game's in alpha, and you're gonna lose that eventually when they go live. I couldn't care less about that. 5 hours, man. That's just crazy. You know, Chrome SDK, he says the same thing. It's like he he can't envision him trying to put in that many scripts. I don't blame him. I haven't done much of the Wicklow. I did the starting ones. I just haven't been motivated to do those missions. I don't know what it is. I don't like the single point of the Karenite and stuff like that. You can only get it in one location. I just, you know, it's fine. What I'd rather do is make like the Hathor place. You can get it in bulk easy. But give me a means of getting it somewhere else. And maybe I just don't get as much and it just takes me longer. But I just don't like that they funnel into something like that. And it's only temporarily opened. But, you know, I get it. It's group content. Wicklow was, to me, introduced too early. Well, the game's not live. I'm okay. Well, there goes gaming hours. I'm okay with introducing stuff because the game's not live. So the sooner you put something in, then you can get feedback, right? This is a cool looking map. What is 6 doing? Is 6, are you way early or are you out? No, you died. More bug? Oh yeah. This is one of these hard ones, isn't it? I don't know where they gotta go. Where do you gotta go next? Do you gotta go in the building? Am I missing this? You go in the building? And then come out? Oh yeah, this is one of those hard ones. So you gotta come out here. Yeah, I think you did, gaming. You went flying off the map. So you gotta go through the haunted house. So the one thing I don't like about this map is it's hard to follow inside structures because even though I'm a virtual camera, I can't go through walls. If I can go through walls, I wouldn't mind it, but I don't like that I can't like kind of see the progress. It's a cool looking map. Cool map. All right, I have no idea who's in the lead. Let's see who comes out down here first. All right, we go. Got some people coming down the stairs. Bump, 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 bump. Jeremy. All right, all right. All right, Jeremy's got the lead. Don't mess up. Jeremy and boom. Captain Dutch Lord and Trait. There's your top threes. All right, let's see here. So Jeremy. Yeah, I don't like that map a lot. I mean, it's a cool looking map, but it's hard to follow. Hard to follow the progress. And then Dutch Lord. Where's Dutch Lord? Dutch Lord, where are you at? Dutch Lord, Dutch Lord, there you go. Whisper. And then finally, Trait. Yes, sir. Trait's got all the good emotes. All right, so we're done with that. Let's show our last bonus code. Let's get that shown. Stop giveaway. Screw you again, Marbles. Why is this doing clips? I don't know why this program is creating clips. Stop creating clips. All right, and then we're gonna raid Saber. Give him some love. All right, let's see here. Raid and search and filter. Yeah, he's only been on for a few minutes. Not even an hour. Thanks for joining. I'll be on tomorrow. Like I said, if you want to get some Idris M battling going on, we're going to take out to do at least scenario 7 and 8. And then we'll see what if anybody wants to do anything else.
Gun in his chest to kill him. But this guy in light armor way over here took one blast. That's insane.